Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
Forever.
Hello everybody, this is Brandon with Actual Play Broadcast, and we are here with another episode of Aldfair, where we fuck around and ultimately find out.
Oh, we're doing a lot of that right now.
The intersection on that graph is quickly
rapidly approaching.
Yes. In order to find out, we have to fuck around. But how much fucking around do we have to do in order to find out? Well, we follow the y-axis for fuck around. And then we come across to the line where it intersects. And now we come down to the x-axis to find out. This is how much fuck around we have to do in order to find out.
Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
We're gonna fucking die.
If you haven't seen that video, look up the fuck around graph. It's very
Sounds
good.
like the fucking math meme from whatever wrestler that was. In the
I know what you're talking about.
But, yeah.
But let's do the recap. Or actually, fuck, announcement. I talked about this last session. We're gonna do it again though, as a reminder for both the viewers at home and the players. The players already know this. This is more for the viewers at home, or the listeners, I should say. But as a reminder, regardless of what happens, the story moves forward. There are choices and there are consequences to choices. Regardless of those choices, there is no correct path. And believe me when I say I might have a grand scheme for the overall plot of the story, but a lot of my planning and scheming from a week-to-week basis is in response to what the party does. So I knew the potential of what is about to go down in this session was a possibility, but I was not fully prepared until this past week.
All right. So now we enact our ultimate plan.
What happens.
We enact our ultimate plan. The greatest Uno reverse card. We kill the High Priestess and say, fuck that.
Oh my god.
Tablet, bitch.
Well, I'd have to admit, you'd catch me with my pants down at that point. That said, I know enough information, I can run on the fly if that's what goes down, but would not be expected.
I just gun her down.
Where'd you get the gun? You're not in the setting, yeah?
I have a high int score. I figured it out.
All right. Anyways, all that stuff.
Real life knowledge about how they work.
Yeah.
All that's it.
As it turns out, Sveta's actually an isekai.
All right, recap.
Let's lock it in. Recap.
We go about
Where to begin?
Yeah, we go about planning like, okay, we're not going to go fight a god, and we figure out a plan to talk the priest down, high priestess from the edge. Toke purchase her with facts and logic. But Toke finds out that facts and logic is not enough for the word of God. As she plays the good old Uno reverse card and says, well, Het'Yer gave me a vision and my vision back. Gave me a vision saying, you will be his champion and I am to strike the beast down. So, Toke, being the good old church boy that he is, thrust into extreme and unusual circumstances, is like, you know what? Let's do it. And proceeds to go tell everybody, hey, I'm probably going to go fight a god. If you want in, you can follow. If not, I understand. And a good portion of the session was kind of like planning the next move. Not necessarily with just fighting the first beast, but like, okay, what are the next steps for the civilization? Okay, well, we need to start figuring out how to get... We're going to get the nobles inside houses and start housing guild members and kind of make houses a merit that is housing a merit that is earned by picking up a trade or by contributing. Whether or not that's how that actually works for the nobles, that's neither here nor there. The hypocrisy of that can be expanded upon later. But Tilk gave High Hand an order. Don't immediately interfere with stopping soldiers to join the High Priestess. If they go, they go. Caution them against it. But and this was before Tilk had his talk with the High Priestess. But like, don't physically try to stop them. Don't detain them. If they go, they go. Tilk does not plan to rescind that order because he thinks this is batshit crazy to a certain degree, but he has faith, so faith will see him through, obviously. And I don't remember, I think we were like mid-afternoon where we left off last. We plan to do actual planning the next day and see what comes of that.
Well, so last we left off, it was midday here beer 21st. The plan at the time was to strike the next day at sunset.
Yep, we have a scroll of domain expansion. Not entirely sure how that functions.
A scroll that will open the conjunction wider.
Yeah. Where Tilk was able to talk his way into getting a shield and trading his hide armor for an actual amount of plate. I don't remember if it was half plate or full plate.
Full plate.
Nice.
The paladin had to give it up, but you know.
Well, he won't be going.
Unfortunately, I think he will be.
Yeah.
Much to probably his detriment.
Almost certainly.
Did you at least give that paladin your hide armor?
Yes.
Is there more we need to cover in the recap, or are we good?
I think we're good.
Okay. So, as was said, it is the 21st of Beer. There's 1 week until the Kingmaker turn. It is midday. Preparations are hastily being made. Those who can fight are being rounded up. What do you all want to do?
Is
or
there...
we can just skip to tomorrow sunset.
So...
Well, this... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm considering talking to Cassilian again and be like, hey, so... to keep you up to date on what's going on. Also, the battlefield shifted a bit. What's the over-under on headgear being stupid?
You can attempt it if you would like to.
Yeah, well, we got this evening and it's darker. I'll try it. I don't know if it being darker actually helps or not, but it seems appropriate.
Is a D100 roll. Assuming you're going to find a secluded place to do it and not in the middle of a populated area.
I'm going to do it in front of the High Priestess, actually.
Oh, no.
It'd be great. Definitely.
No repercussions that could possibly happen.
Yeah. 56.
You attempt to reach out, and after a minute passes, you realize it did not work.
Well, damn. All right.
Yes.
Maybe later.
Yeah. Mechanically speaking, the way I am handling this sort of thing is, at least in regards to Castellian,
Mhm.
with consecutive successes, the percentage chance of him being able to get through reduces. And then over time, it'll go back up. Because it takes effort on his part to pierce the veil.
Yeah, I totally didn't think he'd be available like all the time.
Yeah.
I figured he'd want to know about what's going on though. Like, hey, don't judge me. I'm not
because
an idiot.
if my last recording is accurate, you had like a 50 something and you had like a 60 something before that. If I remember, if my recording is correctly.
I don't remember.
So, regardless, the percentage has gone below what you rolled.
Yeah.
Brandon, it sounded like you were saying something. What did you?
I was gonna ask for a clarifying question on the kind of shield. Most of them are just +1s, but I wanted to like, is it steel? Is it
would
wooden?
just be it would be a mix of like steel and wood.
Okay, so
it's probably like steel rimmed with wooden filling.
So shield, light steel maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just like I assumed it was gonna be a +1 either way. I just wanted to have that on here.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna go down the list. Ursta, I know you sent along orders for the totem to be moved out of the camp. They are going to be waiting for an opportune time to do that. So that is actively underway to be executed at some point today. What would you like to do? If anything at all.
Yeah. Well, Hairstyle is probably going to. Hairstyle's probably going to go. He's going to go keep watch on the general populace.
Okay.
He's going to see how the general people are taking the activity of all the clerics and paladin and holy peoples running around.
Okay. That's pretty easy to see. I'm not going to call for a roll for that. Some people are kind of just focusing on their work. Like there are obviously people who are working on the tenements and helping build stuff. They're taking notice. They're not letting it distract them too much from their work, but the people who aren't helping with the construction are definitely like really curious what's going on. Some of them do try to stop people to ask what's happening, but they say, there's no time to explain. We're in a hurry. So there are rumors circulating. People are not necessarily nervous because there's no signs of immediate danger. But they are like, what is going on?
Okay. Because Hairstyle will probably also go and help. Not cool, but at least assuage any concerns of what's going on with the clerics and clergy.
Okay. So what do you want to tell people? It can be. Okay. It doesn't have to be an exact. It can just be like a general idea of what you want to tell people. If you want to keep it simple.
Sure. Because if I was going to at least let people know, hey, the clergy are gathering only just to. Well, actually, yeah. There's no cause of alarm. The clergy are only just getting together for future plans of certain celebrations and sermons that they wish to address to the people.
some folks are like, oh, okay, weird, but okay. Some folks don't seem to buy it, but they don't really argue either. But your influence definitely will impact things in due time. Rhea, is there anything in particular you'd like to do?
Well, she is probably just gonna like oversee how we are like arming ourselves for this and trying to generally gather up as much supplies that they can spare at this time and place for this
Okay.
little expedition.
So you're kind of helping get an overview of what's being pulled together and just being extra hands.
Yeah, and generally,
it looks like pretty much everybody who's not on a scouting mission who is combat able are also being rounded up by members of the clergy, as well as everybody who is part of the church is essentially arming themselves and preparing. Clerics, paladins. There are some like brothers and sisters that are part of the priesthood that are traditionally non-combat roles that are even arming themselves. And they are also performing prayers over weapons and such. So far, from what you can gather, you're estimating a couple hundred, maybe more,
right.
that are being pulled up. You would know from your position in general, as all of you would know, there are not very many combat capable, like already trained people.
Mm-hmm.
Training beyond those people had begun, but there are not very many beyond those. That came with some degree of combat experience, anyways. But you're able to help organize to a degree. It seems like the current plan is to have, generally speaking, those that are the least experienced are trained on spears, and so they're going to form like spear levies. And then there is going to be pretty much swordsmen, all of that will be behind them, and archers intermix that will fall back when the fight begins, more than likely, unless they're told otherwise. And clerics and paladins will be intermixed throughout the force to provide support and such as needed, which is fairly traditional combat doctrine for the Old Kingdom. So far, that seems to be what their strategy is. Obviously, you all being in leadership positions can interject and tell them to do otherwise, but until they're told otherwise, they are following old combat doctrine. Unfortunately, they don't have the supplies that they used to have. Otherwise, you would be seeing a lot more of the traditional scroll bearers and mage detachments and such, but alas.
And yes, making sure that we're bringing a lot of torches and other flammable stuff too.
Yeah.
Do you have like a with us like alchemist fire or other things like that?
Some can be provided, but there is not a
Abundance.
army level mass available.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, the alchemists, most of their supplies are geared towards dealing with disease and such.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what's going on that front, and helping organize isn't too difficult. Not really call for a roll or anything. All right, Sveta.
Yo.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna talk to someone who mysteriously we have not thought to talk to yet, or at least I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pray to Alexandris and ask her opinions on what's to come.
All right. Since this is the first time you've attempted to pray in this game, how does Sveta go about praying? Where does she go? What does she do? What are her methods? What does she say?
Well, given that she didn't really go to the church a whole lot, and she's still very analytical. I guess like her prayer is just like finding like a little like idol or a whole holy symbol, finding a nice private place, and then just not quite meditate, but like deep think.
Okay.
Particularly since it's Alexandros in this, she'd probably like, I guess, go to. I'm not gonna say like woodland or untamed, but like probably a little farther out from camp than normal.
Okay. That's doable. So, what do you want to say? And then give me a percentage roll.
Well, I know I don't call in a whole lot. I try to keep stuff like this to when absolutely necessary. But given the graveness of the circumstances, I'd like to ask if you can shed any light on our circumstances. Is fighting the beast for Het here the right thing to do?
All right.
And I'll get a 33.
Ace.
It's not bad. But unfortunately, it's not enough, as there is only a light wind in response.
Can I Mythic Surge to remove a d6 from it?
Alas, that is not how that works.
Damn,
I like the hustle.
You cannot twist fate in this way, because you are dealing with other things
Yeah,
in
that's
which
right.
fate is entangled with.
All right.
Liana, you said you had something else. What is it you would like to do?
Yeah, so I can make scrolls. So I would like to work with as many clerics as necessary or who have time to make more scrolls of their spells, so that they can provide more support without taxing themselves as hard when the fight comes. As many as I can make. At least I don't know if you're using different rules for scrolls or not, but I know the base rules for them are they can take as little as 2 hours to create if their base price is $250 or less, and so second level and below would take 2 hours each. So it wouldn't be that many scrolls, but anything, any a little bit. I don't personally have the gold to actually make any of them, but if there are resources to dip into.
We are using the house rules that it does not cost money to make a scroll. It is the time component that is the cost.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
As well as having, pen, ink, parchment, etc.
Yeah, I do have those.
Yeah.
Or is the time component just the same as normal?
Yes.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, the clerics are probably more. Their expertise with their own spell repertoires is greater than mine, so they'd probably be the first ones I would ask, which ones are necessary more often. I assume more healing ones. At least we can assume that damage is going to be part of basically any fight. We can't really say the same for any particular condition, so those are most likely to be useful.
Yeah, it's a hard ask because they're not sure what to expect. But typically, when it comes to preparing for battle and stuff, standard doctrine dictates a wealth of healing scrolls because that means typically that they can outlast the opponent if the opponent does not have as ease of access to healing.
Yeah.
Typically, if they, and like this would be them explaining this to you, typically, if mage detachments were available, they would focus on damaging scrolls, mass area effects, essentially arcane artillery.
Yeah.
Whereas the temple soldiers would be focusing on healing buffs and occasionally like weather control and such.
Yeah. Since I think at the moment, cleric spells for support roles are probably more useful than ones that I personally have available. I'll probably lean into the healing side of things, unless there are any particular buffs they could suggest that could be made in that time.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, there's bound to be damage coming our way, so healing is.
I'll tell you as far as like people you have access to who are willing to take the time and help you with this because they're busy with their own preparations. The highest level spells you're going to have access to prepare would be 3rd level cleric spells. So I'll tell you this: you can go to the cleric spell list and figure out what you want to have scrolls made of.
Okay. Let's see. I think a 3rd level spell is going to be. It would be 8 hours, so with the amount of time we have, probably not worth.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's like up to. So you can pick lower level stuff.
Yeah. I think it'll just be as many of the 2nd level healing spells. I think it's cure moderate wounds as there's time for, and then just distribute those throughout people who can cast that spell so they can actually use the scroll.
Yeah.
While you look at that, because I just realized there was something that I didn't wrap up last time.
Oh.
Silk was told that he should be able to attune to the spirit sword, to the spirit blade.
Yeah.
So he's trying to figure out how to do that. It's a lot of him praying to it because it was given to him like it was a religious artifact. So that's kind of what he's doing. He will have his own prayers to offer, protection to Nalzandris to protect the mortal souls that go to fight the beast, and the strength from Hetchir to put this beast down with as little fight as possible. But he does want to try to figure out if he can get the sword to put out that beam of energy he was told it should have.
Okay. Spending time with the blade, kind of focusing on it. Along with your thoughts towards Nalazandris, there does reach a point after a few hours that you do feel this sort of connection with it where it begins to not necessarily feel wholly separate of you. That said, with this feeling, it does not do anything. It does not ignite of its own will or any such thing, but it does feel as an extension. It feels almost part of you.
What he will do at one point is he will, because he's used to using a scythe, so he's going to, and it feels like it has the weight of a blade. So he is going to get used to using it and do like very basic drills to kind of get used to using a more long sword as compared to a scythe.
Okay. So you are handling it, wielding it as though it were a scythe, which does feel a little awkward. The handle does not reach that kind of length or any such thing. But with the intent of wielding it as a weapon, you feel a thrumming in the handle, and then the handle it bucks in your hand. You actually have to tighten your grip to maintain your hold on it as a flat, well, nearly flat beam of crackling green energy extends from the hilt. And there is a faint scent of what would remind you of the gardens back at the temple back home. As it holds this solid sword-like blade. The extension of the blade does not add any weight that the handle already has. But there is this almost continual buzzing in the back of your head while it is active, and as the moments tick by, it kind of fades into the background of your mind, but it's never gone.
Okay, so it's like you say a faint buzzing.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of like as if the hilt is continuously vibrating, but there's no sensation to it. It is like this subconscious awareness. The weapon is active.
Gotcha. After getting used to its weight and swinging it like a proper sword rather than trying to use it as a scythe, because that's not what it is, Tilk will then begin doing prayers.
Okay. Cool. So, does anybody else have anything? Or do we want to move? Do we want to advance time?
I'm good to advance.
I'm not going to say it's going to advance to sunset the next day. There's stuff that's going to happen, but
yeah, right now my plan,
cool to move forward.
Unless anything comes up, is basically to just spend the entire following day making scrolls of cure moderate wounds.
Okay.
Which I think, assuming I spend like 12 hours on that, it would make 6, so not a ton. I mean, I could spend more on it, but I also don't want to like exhaust myself and then fight badly.
That's fine. Just keep track of what time you have. We started at 12. We are fast forwarding until about 2000.
Hold on.
Yeah.
First, Sal is actually going to go visit the ascetics.
Sure.
Mhm.
You make your way over there. As your reports suggested, they are a little over 60 people now.
Okay.
Many are, because there's too many now to fit all within the pavilion tent, so many are sitting outside talking and just being present. Going inside, you do immediately notice, where's his name? You don't entirely recognize him by appearance. However, you do recognize him by the embroidery on the clothes he wears. That this must be Marlowe of House Malier, the sole survivor of one of the minor houses who was infected. He is,
Yes.
he is kneeling before the totem. And you do see Ibram of Starmark is lingering, talking to some of his followers in another part of the tent. And there are other people about, sitting, chatting, eating, doing whatever.
Interesting. First, I'll actually go up. If there's space, he'll also join Marlowe in paying respects to the idol.
Yeah, absolutely. There's enough space to do that. It's kind of been set up in a little bit of an open space. It's not really a table, but somebody has taken like a small stump of a smaller tree and has propped it up on top, and it's like surrounded by candles, coins, food offerings, and other such things. So there's like been a bit of a sheet like folded and laid rectangular across in front of this thing for people to kneel at. So you're able to approach and kneel next to Marlowe. He does not immediately say anything, but he does look to be roughly around maybe 17 or 18. He's got a bit of scruff of a beard that is like started to form. His hair is still relatively short, but combed. And he is kneeling there with kind of one hand clasped over the other, and is with his head bowed, eyes shut, in some kind of silent prayer of some sort.
Okay. First I will actually sit there and pay respects to the idol. He'll do that for about 10 minutes in seriousness.
Okay.
When he is done, if Marlowe is still there in prayer, first I will attempt to make conversation with Marlowe.
Hey, yeah, he's still there. So what do you want to say?
Actually, yeah. You know what? I had a thought and I just lost it. God damn it.
I believe in you.
It must have been lonely.
It probably is. What was his house name again? I have it somewhere.
Yeah, shit. I just clicked away from it.
House Malier. House Malier.
Yes, Malier.
Malier. Erstyle will compose himself for a little bit. Look over and you are the son of Malier, are you not?
He will crack open a light brown eye and look over, kind of acknowledge who you are, and kind of more properly straighten a bit. I am. And you're our, shall I say, crafty fella.
As it is known. How fare you in your house these days?
I might be so bold as to suggest you would know that.
To some extent, but
Fair enough.
fortune would have it that we crossed paths today, so I figure I might as well ask more in person.
All things considered, I am doing the best that I can, which is debatably more than some of the other vaunted houses.
Understandably so. Have you received any blessings from the idol? Erstyle will gesture towards it.
Not as of yet, but if what they say is true, I will expect in the next month I will. I only just heard of it today.
Understandable.
These people say it's been helping them, so I have come here in the hopes that it will help me. For I've prayed and prayed to the old gods, and I've got shite in return.
Understandable. Okay, now I have to sit here and actually think out of character-wise how to progress the conversation, because I had an idea of wanting to talk to Marlowe and seeing as I was not actually wholly expecting to come across Marlowe today, attempt to recruit him if possible, because I was actually
In
going to
what
probably
way? As a spy?
not necessarily. Okay, potentially a spy, or at the very least an agent of the craft.
Informant?
Okay.
What was that,
So
Brendan?
more of an
Informant?
yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
I mean, he's still technically a noble, and as much as the nobility are kind of basically shite themselves,
Yeah.
sometimes having someone with noble blood to just walk in those circles is easier than the guy who's in a leadership position with no backing.
If you can't think of what you wanted to say, what we can do is we can get across the essence of what it is, of maybe like what you're offering, or just do the implication that you want him to be an informant for you, and we can make a roll and see how that fares.
Fair, actually, because that's actually a lot closer to what I was thinking about.
Okay.
So what do I want to say?
Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't have to be super specific if you want to keep it vague and go with a roll.
I'll work with that. Well, let's see. So, how fares your times among the fellow man of nobility, Marlowe?
A bit awful, quite frankly. They still got their heads up their own asses despite everything that's happened. When I had it my way, I'd start lopping off heads until I get some real loyalty going.
Ah. I
Or at
agree with
least,
you on that one.
or at least an ounce of respect.
I can see that. Seeing as a number of the nobles are still stuck in the old ways, and therefore old minds, perhaps as we go forward into the current stage of life, an understanding of how the nobles are and what goes on with them, there could be nudges or suggestions towards our newer lot in life.
Yeah, well, good luck doing that with that bitch you've got now. She's too nice. She fits the role that you need, but that you need her to fill anyways, but you need a proper harpy. Not an official title, mind you, but
No.
back in the old kingdom, the harpy was definitely kept the nobles in line. Very unofficial. Nobody really knew who the harpy was, but they knew they were about. Well, they knew who they were, but nobody would admit to knowing who they were. It would be social suicide. But the
Well,
harpy kept the nobles in line.
you see, as much as I am well informed, there are a few things that I find myself lacking, and perhaps, as you suggested, or even alluded to, there may be things of that a harpy could be working with. That at least from where I'm sitting in this leadership position that I find myself in, the harpy is something I'm searching for. And maybe there's something that could be worked out between us in that regard.
I wouldn't be against such an offer if it meant getting to whip them into shape. Assuming,
And
of
we
course, it's all above board. I wouldn't want to rustle feathers in the powers that be unnecessarily.
well, and that's kind of what I'm working with. I can make arrangement, or at least I can probably get it worked into. Things are above board. I just need some assistance on some of probably the more whipping, as it were, when the time comes.
Then I would say to that, show me a whip.
Wonderful. Wonderful. As such, it seems that some of my prayers have been worked with. once I have some things formatted out, you'll receive a message.
I'll be here.
Splendid. Erstyle will then get up from his praying position, and he'll take his leave from Marlowe.
Okay.
Although he does want to go try and talk to the leader of the month. And
Ibram.
forgot to,
Sure.
I forgot to make a note of his name. God damn it.
Yeah, Ibram of Starmark.
Just hand him a physical whip. It's like, show me a whip. All right, here.
Yeah, fucking.
Hey, ever seen a whip before?
Look. I know how to make weapons. I probably will make a whip for him and just send that as the message.
Hey, we do have a vampire problem, so you know.
Yeah.
God, we're starting the Belmonts.
I
You
mean,
must be
could
the
be worse
Belmont.
things.
I need to watch
Okay.
that new series. All right.
Yeah, same.
All right. So going to Ibram, he sees you approaching, turns his attention to you. Those that were talking to him disperse a little bit. Hello again.
Good to see you, Ibram.
Likewise.
I do have questions on seeing how you fare, though by my estimations from the last time I was here, things seem to be going well.
Yes, people are not flocking to our way of life as I suspected, but this trinket, this totem is well, such a path of enlightenment has been a boon.
Have you seen any blessings or guidances from such the idol?
I have. The newer members have not to the degree I have, but I am beginning to remember things in those nights. As
With
well
much
as some of my
clarity?
followers. More clarity. Not full clarity, but more. Some of my followers are enjoying the same thing, but of those, they were already my followers before this came into our possession. The new people who came after, they are beginning to enjoy benefits we had before it came to us. Regardless, it has proved a boon.
I see. That is of great news to me, at least. That's something of, well, that is something that we as leadership have found is of providing benefits and peace, as it were, to some of our remaining citizens.
I do have to ask. I trusted that it was safe when it came to us, but now I am curious, where did it come from? Many in my group have begun to ask this question, and it has become a bit of a splinter in the finger, if you know what I mean, to not have an answer.
Is there a bit more of a private place to talk?
We can go a short ways away from here.
Please, I believe it would be easier to have less listening ears.
Very well. He will lead you out of the tent and a bit of a ways off to a little bit more secluded place, considering they're at the edge of the tent city. It'll probably take you closer to the walls and away from other people.
Okay.
So, let's hear the origin of this trinket.
Well, don't entirely know how the rest of the leadership would take to me even speaking much about where this came from. But I can tell you that this has come from a much more, I guess you could put it as a divine, from a more divine place. How true is the divinity? I know not. But
Go ahead.
from where we have uh, received this from, and from whom we've received it from, it is definitely amongst something that could be, I would hazard to say, Neheta level.
He strokes his beard. I can see why you would not want this information widely known. Truth be told, at least amongst my camp, there are many who believe the old gods are dead. Whether that be a literal or metaphoric sense, that is for the individual to decide. But amongst my new number are converts, those who have forsaken the old faith.
I see.
If you are telling me there is potentially a god who supports our way of life, well, I know it's not suited to the majority of people, but if it were me, I would want the people to know. If
On
this
one hand,
God is going to give us succor from this condition, then it should be their right to choose.
on the one hand, I agree with you, Ibram. However, we of the leadership are still far in the dark on many things and are hesitant on us whether or not this is as boonful as it seems to be. From what I can gather, from the interactions that we of the group have had, it is less that from whom we've received the idol is giving you a blessings in support of your life. It is rather your life and their, how would you say, or how would I say this? Path you walk and the path they themselves walk are parallel to each other.
I could see how to some that would be a significant difference, but to me, it makes none. If this potentially divine is of the same mind or a similar mind, then I would call him brother, if not patron. The romantics call to the deity to incur some hope of romantic entanglement. Even though the deity has not answered prayers in ages long since past, according to any information I have known. Nor is Anara the artificers, but alas, people still whisper their quiet prayers. But if this entity has very real power and influence and supports our way of being, whether by happenstance or intention, I only see the good. My people would be rejoiced to know it, and quite frankly find comfort in it, in knowing that not all the gods have abandoned us in this forsaken place, and our forsaken fate, quite frankly.
I agree. I definitely agree. But I'm not entirely sure how that is against for the rest of the leadership.
Very well. I can take a hint, young man. I will, at least for a time, keep it to myself and to those of my inner circle that I trust the most, should they ask. Or demand answer, anyways.
Work with what you can with what I've told you.
Yes.
I am. There's much darkness that we as the leadership are going through, and I hope we can find some light that will be more.
Well,
Oh,
understand that we are growing in numbers still, and as we continue to swell, it is a question that will be asked more. I understand you are very busy and much occupies the minds of the council, but either making the information known or taking some stance will have to be a item addressed at one point or another, because this will not be a secret kept forever.
no, it will not, Abram. In fact, I believe it is far closer than you even anticipate.
Well, I certainly imagine that the temple will not endure too large of a mass of my people. We were not endured in some parts of the old world either, but should it come to it, my people are hardy and strong of will. If we would have to leave, we would do it, and we would make for our own wealth amongst the land.
I see. For now, that is all I can work with, Abram. I will be sending a messenger of sorts later to you regarding something else that I believe, once I've worked it out, you should know.
Should I be concerned?
Well, I don't believe you should be too concerned. You already have ideas of what to work with when this message comes along.
Is there a reason why you cannot tell me now?
Ursal actually kind of stops in his tracks. Oh, well, it's like this. At least on his face, you can see he stops in his tracks from where he's thinking and all the different stuff that he's been planning, and he's just like, "Huh." I don't actually know how fares what the council has planned next, but one of the things the council is going to be doing is having the idol move.
Why?
I believe you already know why, Hiram.
That is a tricky business, sir. A very tricky business. We have over 60 now, 66 by my count, that are coming to this idol every day, that are gathering around it and are pouring their prayers into it, and their wishes and their hopes. If
I
you're
agree.
intending to take that away from them, well, do not expect me to be able to stand between them and you. You must understand, as I said, we are willful.
From this I understand, Ibram. From this I've observed. And quite frankly, I would rather not have you stand between anyone and freedom of life, is the way I will phrase it. This is why I'm giving you as much of a heads up as I am now. The orders have already been put in place at the request. However, the orders were for destruction. I, Ibram, have made the orders for the idol to be moved to a safer location. There are other things going on that the council is doing, and I am not sure what to make of it. Nor do I wholly agree with many of the different things, but from what I'm seeing and from my own eyes of watching the people, especially seeing that you and the rest of your lot have actually made a significant improvement. I give you warning such that you can go find your much nicer, fair life.
I will give you this warning in turn, sir. I cannot promise the safety of anybody who attempts to remove that beacon of hope. As I said, I cannot nor will I stand in between whatever may happen in regards to that. For it is not mine, it belongs to my people at this point in time.
Well, that's
But
fine.
do what you must, do as your king commands, let your people do as you command. My people will do as they will.
I understand, Eram. I understand.
Very well. I'm assuming that's the last of it then.
Hopefully we can find some better peace than these. Yeah, hopefully we can find some better peace than these. First, I'll kind of just do scratches underneath his jaw.
We shall see. He will stroke his beard a few times, and then he will lead you back towards quote unquote civilization. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Aside from just going out and about and just continuing to watch over this and seeing what's going on with the citizens, no. First out just kind of moves about the crowd.
Very well. So we will fast forward to the evening.
Go.
Preparations continue on into the night. It's about 2000 after most people have gone to sleep, especially in preparation for what is going to be going on tomorrow. Earth style, you let me ask this first as a reminder for myself. Who were you sending to go I believe it was Dak, right? To go deal with the idol?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. I see. All right. So you will be woken up in the night. There is a shadowy figure in the dark standing over you. And you hear the familiar voice of Keegan. We have a problem. You want to say anything?
His problem is that his mic died.
Yeah.
Actually, it did. So I had to go find a cord real quick,
Hellish.
plug it in. Hello, I've returned.
Yes.
Not bad.
Well, he's alive. But Dak's got at least a couple broken ribs. And
Was he
I
able
think
to
he's gonna
carry
be
out
out
the
of
mission?
order for a while. No.
Okay.
He had me on standby just in case something went down. I didn't trust him to be able to get in there on his own, not without some help. And sure enough, they're around that thing like flies on shit.
All right.
He tried to get on with it, and a couple of them jumped them. I haven't seen anybody punch like that in a long time. Without magic, Dak's probably going to be out of it for at least a few weeks, if not longer. Right.
Take me to Dak. I want to see. I need to talk to him and see what's going on.
All right.
If you can, take the recruit. Keep watch on the monks. I don't know if we can continue with the mission as much as I would like to.
No, definitely not tonight. I can tell you that much. They're all agitated and wide awake now. All 60 of them.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll take you to the boy.
Thanks. Hairstyle, as he gets up and follows Keegan, he will actually pull out his notepad and start jotting stuff down.
Yeah, he'll lead you off to a discreet tent down one of the many streets. There is a woman inside with a old lantern. That's it's in bad shape. It's more of a it's been converted into essentially a candle holder. The glass on it's been shattered and such. But she is like giving him seems like very like herbalist apothecary level like drink type stuff to help aid his pain. But Dak is on a cot, covered in bruises. at a quick glance, he is missing a couple teeth. One of his eyes is swollen shut. And you can see like his shirt and such has been removed, and yeah, like he is already like dark splotches all over his chest and such. From a game standpoint, he got hit by monk punches.
Oh well, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
That much is obvious.
fucked up.
Hairstyle will actually just kind of.
He's breathing. He is alive, but his breathing is very shallow and very ragged breaths.
Okay. Hairstyle will, give an appraising eye up and down on Dak. Will turn his attention towards the apothecary. Is he stable enough for now?
He's alive. He's going to need some rest for a while. He is lucky he was even able to walk out of there. Most normal men would have, well, crumpled up and died, probably choked to death on their own blood. He's lucky. I'm giving him some poultices to help with the pain, but without magic, it is a matter of time and hope that the bones heal correctly. But he must be immobile, very limited movement, if that is to be given the best chance.
Hairstyle nods. Hairstyle will kind of take a knee next to Dak Hot. Hairstyle is just kind of silent in thought for the most part. Not entirely sure what to say.
Yeah. Looking at him, it looks like he's potentially conscious, but probably in a daze. Medically induced or otherwise.
Understandable.
It's not clear whether or not he can actually even if he actually knows you're in the room right now.
That's perfectly fine. Hairstyle will actually reach over into his bandolier and pull out a little vial. He's going to pop off the cork, give it a little swirl in his hand, and he'll gently kind of put it up to Dak's mouth and have him effectively drink it.
Drink what again? I'm sorry.
It is actually an extract of Fear Light Wounds.
Okay, so that will help.
Yeah.
There is some visible improvement. Some of the bruising goes down. Some of the swelling around his eye goes down. There's a little bit of a sigh of relief, but he's still rough. Broken bones require a little bit of heavier duty magic, but he is, at the very least, his chances are better. Much better.
Hairstyle will pat him gently on the arm as best he can. He'll turn to the apothecary. How many days do you estimate he'd be needing some serious medical attention?
At the very least, he should be watched over for the next 2 or 3 days, just to be sure. If he's still doing good at that point, he probably doesn't need to be constantly watched over, but he should have somebody nearby to check on him regularly, help him eat, tend to his needs, keep him clean. Last thing he needs is to fester in his own filth.
Right.
As for full recovery time, she shrugs. It takes how long it takes.
As it should. Thank you, madame.
Yes.
Please let me know please let me know if there's any serious changes for the bad.
Will do. Is there...
Is it-
Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask, is there anything further you would like to do tonight?
You know what? I'm gonna roll for it.
Oh, no. Okay.
Man's leaked the Discord DMs. Got his own man's beat.
uh, I'm not wholly ignoring you, Brandon, but currently in doing things.
No, you're good.
Just take a minute.
You're good. You're good.
You know, things are in motion, and sometimes several dominoes fall at once. That's how it goes.
Like I wanted to go talk to the monks for different reasons, and I didn't realize that. Oh, look, one of our
Yeah.
prospective recruits, or people I could recruit to help, is gonna be there too.
Anyways, what's the plan?
Okay.
You gotta 53, whatever that means to you.
What that means is Erstyle is actually gonna go. Erstyle's gonna go to the monks.
Oh boy. Okay. It's pretty easy to make your way over there. They are very much up and active. There is a lot of rushed talk amongst them. Are you attempting to conceal your approach, or are you being obvious?
No, I'm gonna make it obvious.
Okay. They do take note of you. And there are some that are not exactly squaring up, but they are making their presence known.
Erstyle will actually look at each and every one of them and acknowledge them with a head nod as he continues to walk.
They won't stop you. I'm assuming you're going to enter the tent.
Correct.
Going inside, you do see Ibram is there at the head of the tent. There are many people in more aggressive discussion. You do see that there is some spatters of blood at one spot in the tent, near where you assume Dak had attempted to slip in unnoticed. You can also spot there's a couple of teeth, not too terribly far from there. And next to Ibram, you do see Marlowe discussing with some others. Quite heated.
Okay. I'll sit there and just kind of listen on the conversation for a little bit until they kind of notice that I'm there.
Oh, they all notice as soon as you come in.
Okay.
There's no need to wait. They're aware. Some conversation does die down. Some continue to talk, regardless. What you can hear, they Angie.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. They are. This is outrageous. They do not understand what the point of this is. First good thing to happen since coming here, and they try to take it away. The nerve. The audacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the essence of what you overhear. And Ibram makes eye contact with you, and it is a knowing look.
Mm-hmm.
And a sort of, you don't need a sense motive.
No, I told you so.
Yeah, I told you that this could happen. I tried to warn you to not send this guy, and you did it anyways.
That's understandable.
Yeah. So there you are, standing at the entrance. What would you like to do?
You know what? First, I was just going to walk further, take a few steps further into the tent. He's going to look around at everyone. And okay. I just started thinking of a way to phrase the question, and now I'm blanking on it. God damn it.
Okay. If you want, you can just try to get the essence of what you want to say across.
That's true. What? Actually, no, yeah. First, I'll just address everyone in the room. No, most everyone except for probably Ibram, because Ibram already knew what was going on.
Yep.
Um, from what has happened tonight, what do you all think or believe to be the reason for this event?
They look amongst themselves as the discussion dies down. They seem to be looking to see who wants to address this. And it's not for a lack of a desire for each individual to want to say something, but you get the impression that despite the discussion that has been going on when you arrive, these are generally a little bit more thoughtful people, especially in your conversations with Ibram. But maybe to some surprise, it is Marlowe who speaks up as he steps forward, brow furrowed, one fist clenched. I think this was done because there's people on the other side of the camp have a stranglehold on the common folk, and they refuse to let go of gods that have abandoned us. I think they're afraid of giving up what power they have over us. I think they're jealous and mad. There are some nods of agreement. And Ibram just looks from him to you.
Hairstyle is actually slowly nodding, showing that he at least is in some agreement with Marlowe. And you would not entirely be wrong with that. Hairstyle is going to again address the crowd. Who here has found a solace, a comfort, a blessing from the idol.
There is a universal agreement. There is not one person who is saying nay.
Fair. Hairstyle nods, looking around the room. I will tell you, for I wish for you all to know. I was the one who sent the man to take the idol.
There is a silence. Tense, but silent.
I will tell you that by order of our regent, the idol was to be removed. I will also tell you that I do not care that the regent wanted the idol destroyed. For I, like yourselves, have found something with the idol. I come now to you to tell you that I had my man come to remove the idol, not with destruction in mind, but so that those who have found comfort and blessings with this idol, those who have come to find peace and a better standing in your lives, could find the idol elsewhere, further out of reach from those who'd wish the idol not be.
Marlowe will be the one to speak again. And why should we have to leave because of their intolerance? Why should we have to bend and bow and break because they won't face the truth? Is it truly so awful that there might be hope in another god? Could we go out there and survive? Certainly. It would be possible. It would be hard, but it would be possible. But why should we have to? Why should we need to? Is it really cruel to ask to be accepted amongst our fellow people that we shared land with not a year ago?
No, it is not. It is not at all. That I agree with you.
Then why does the king bend to them? Why does he work so hard to appease them when their gods have done nothing but sit idle? Here we have a god willing to give us succor. And he's worried about appeasing nobles in the church. I get they're his people, but please, let's have some sense. The old world is dead. The old ways are dead. It's time to change and adapt.
Move forward in the cycle of life that it is. However, that may not be wholly the case. I wish I had a better way to tell. I wish I had a better way to explain. I wish I had a better way For many different things.
Ibram will raise a hand. If I may. We are
Motion
all
for Ibram.
we are all tense. Your man is injured. Alive. For we, under my suggestion, allowed him to go in peace after his attempt. However, I am old and I have seen many discussions such as these before. I ask you heed me, but you need not. But I suggest, regardless, we have this conversation another time. I do not think we will find productivity tonight. I think we cool our blood and let calmer minds prevail. And you see, in some of the people, there are some nods. There are some agreements. Marlowe does not seem convinced, but there are some that you recognize that have been there the longest that do seem to wish to follow his counsel. Whether that's out of respect for his wishes or seeing the wisdom in what he's saying, hard to say, but
Probably a mix of both between people.
yeah.
Style nods in agreement with Ibram. I wish it only be known to all that that I am at least in some ways trying to, or at least hoping to try to make it such that there is a chance for harmony for all, whether they be olden of mind or old ways in mind or new ways to live in peace. And as an appeasement, this was one of the ways I had believed was going to provide a way for all parties to still have something to work with. I come forth more to let you know, to let all of you know, that it was that it was I who was wishing to work with and making peace. And I wish to make it that even in these heated times, and as Ibram has mentioned, that when we come back, that I am looking for ways to make peace.
And perhaps it can be found, but not tonight. Not after what was attempted. Not now. I am, as always, open to discuss and share thoughts, but as I suggested, we should allow cooler heads to prevail. And he will put his hand on Marlowe's shoulder, who clearly wants to say something, but is abiding the will of Ibram. I would suggest you get some rest, and I will see to it that there will be no vengeance sought any further from my people.
First, I will nod. Thank you, Ibram.
No, nod.
First, I will look to each and every one of the people that he sees, giving each one a nod, and then
They will nod out of respect, but there is certainly frustration and anger in their eyes, and it is clear that despite their brutality, they are very restrained. And to get a sense, there is perhaps more discipline here than one may have thought. We'll see.
I'm good to
Yeah.
go.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
so.
I'm
Or
ready.
I'm good to continue.
Okay.
Let's
Cool.
see where this ball lands.
So, moving into the next day following that, rest of the night goes uneventful. We are going into the 22nd of Herbeer. It is a damp morning. There apparently was a light shower in the early darkness of the morning, but it is stopped by the time everybody is waking up. Going through the morning rituals and everything, it is around 7 in the morning. You all gather after dawn. What do you want to do today? There are some members of the council, such as the High Priestess, are not going to be available for meeting as they're making preparations. I guess technically, the High Priestess is the only one unavailable because of the preparations. Everybody else is
Yeah.
there.
We already established the new building projects.
Yeah.
I think it'd just be
Kingmaker
general-
stuff is still underway.
yeah.
We're still a little less than a week off from that.
And we would have this might be something that's just better off done at the side, is like deciding like priority for the full like detailed priority list of who gets housing. Like we have nobility, sure, and then guild members.
Nobody's been
But
placed in housing yet.
yeah. Like that's a thing that we're going to that I'm wanting us to do. Like the finer details of that is the big thing that needs to be worked out. But I don't know if
Yeah.
that's something that's, applicable for podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, we can work that out outside the podcast. In preparations for the afternoon, then. Let's focus on the task at
Yeah.
hand.
What
do y'all want to do?
so we're currently in the council meeting. Is that correct?
Effectively,
Yes.
yeah. Unless you guys want to have just bypass the council meeting and just have you all meeting. It's up to you guys.
If we want to just have a
So
party meeting. Oh, go ahead.
Is the High Priestess unavailable to talk to at all? Or is she just not?
No, she's available. She's just not going to be available for the meeting because she's busy.
Oh, okay.
You can go to her and talk to her, but she is otherwise preoccupied. She cannot go away from the other religious people.
Yeah. I did just want to ask her a question about the scroll for the conjunction, if possible, on the way to the meeting.
That'd be doable before the meeting. She'd be up and about. And you notice she's not wearing her veil anymore, covering her eyes. And she does not have her usual assistant about her.
Good morning, High Priestess. It's good to see you and to be seen.
Morning.
I wanted to ask about the spell contained in the scroll for expanding the conjunction. Is it possible to dispel that at will after you cast it and return the conjunction to its current state?
Unfortunately not. Conjunctions are finicky things. The spell excites the conjunction, causing it to exacerbate. And it will run its course in about an hour.
Oh, I see. So rather than the spell holding it open, it puts it into a state that causes it to open, and then the conjunction
Yes.
puts it into the work itself. Okay.
For example, if the conjunction were to be, I don't know, a rift into the plane of fire, it would very likely be continuously spouting fire, magma, some such. To
Yeah.
cast a spell on it would increase the flow of that. With this being an opening, the assumption would be the exacerbation would be the expansion of that opening.
I see. That makes sense.
Yes.
I had a potential plan, but I don't think that will work. I'll have to think about something else. But it's hopefully not the only thing in the works. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
And I'll head off to the meeting.
Okay. So, at the meeting.
We'll do party meetings. I don't think we need to do a council meeting. Everyone fine with that? Or does anyone want to bring up council business?
That's probably fine if we're just doing stuff for today and not like general management.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like we're just doing today.
It'd probably be good to have like high hand and stuff, but
well, high hand is under direct orders to not allow any more personnel. He's probably aware of the situation because of the buzz.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's not.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's not like going. Yeah, I just meant because he would be relevant if he's like commanding people. By the way,
he knows what preparing for battle looks like.
Yeah. Do we want to get high hand command people?
I want to. Is it known where Caius stands on this?
You've not talked to Caius. You don't know.
Okay. No, I didn't know if he made it known. So Tilk will at some point want to talk to Caius, but we'll address that here in a minute.
Yeah, you mentioned wanting to talk to him. You haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it at the end of the last session.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna have High Hand on because High Hand's not gonna be an acting general. This is primarily like acting religious personnel and the individuals that they gather. So we have a way to expand the opening. We have individuals that are capable with magic, divine magic. We need to make the hard decision of what does this look like? Do we go? Oh, go ahead.
Well, if I know what you're asking correctly, I think using traditional Old Kingdom battle doctrine as at least a baseline is probably a good idea, since at least anyone with experience will know what to do to begin with.
The issue I believe we've run into that is the Old Kingdom battle doctrine is not usually meant for slaying singular fierce beasts.
Oh yeah, that's why I said as a baseline.
Well, we need to figure out how to modify that, just in case, because we need, if we're facing a creature, a way to harm it with magics is going to be fairly important. Being able to harm it in general may prove difficult. Think it more of slaying a dragon, not slaying an army.
Yep. I'll be honest, I'll be surprised if any of our magic touches them.
Well,
that was a concern I had.
With the exception, maybe, of magic that is generally only avoided with physical movement. So, well, unfortunately, that isn't anything that I can provide right now. But it could be something. I mean, he's enormous. He probably can't get out of the way of something very easily. Unless he's... Well, he probably is very fast, but he doesn't have a lot of space to maneuver in there.
but we're solving that issue for him.
Well, the conjunction is being expanded. We don't know if his entire cave will be expanded.
I guess that's fair. We don't know
Can't
this.
imagine it'll expand the plane. It'll only expand the entrance.
Hopefully, at least the entire tunnel on the way there. Otherwise, we'll have the same problem that we would have had without it.
Indeed.
I think our best bet is to try to draw him out, though.
Can he leave?
I'm not sure.
Question.
I'd considered the possibility of closing the conjunction on him, but it doesn't seem like the spell can be ended at will. Rather, it excites the conjunction to a state that magnifies it, and it takes time for that to die back down, rather than the spell holding it open. But if he is in some way bound to the plane that he's in, he may not be able to cross to the other side. And if that's the case, we can use that to our advantage. We don't know if that's true, though, so it isn't something we can rely on until we try it. There are a lot of unknowns. We'll have to be adaptable.
Well, Petyear believes we have the resources among us. So with the
Unless we
resources,
were to wait and bide our time like you originally thought.
with the resources we
Admittedly,
have,
that'll-
go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, admittedly, that'll always be a worry until this is done.
True.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What about I admit I don't know a lot about hunting or anything related to that, but there are places in the world where, if the fauna there is large enough, but desired for food, people will use superior numbers and tactics specifically created for surrounding and exhausting a beast much larger than themselves who would be able to easily stomp a human to pulp, but with larger numbers and enough sharp objects and maybe fire, that changes. Granted, Gorath is more intelligent than the average animal, so it might not work exactly the same. But like you said, most battle doctrine is created for fighting armies, not individual large creatures.
We could get a herd of cattle and just tape vials of alchemist fire to them and just have them march in and just all at once.
Perfect.
But
I mean, we can try to get the Aurochs.
could.
I don't think we have enough alchemist fire to make that effective.
That is the other issue.
I wonder if there's
And
a way we could somehow.
as the first beast, I imagine he may have a way to manipulate them. So maybe animals, not the best.
I don't know that he can manipulate every animal.
Well, true.
Well, there was the time when the clerics looking after the conjunction were attacked by animals. I thought the general assumption was that the first beast did that on purpose. Was that just me?
That was my assumption as well.
And there's always
no,
the risk
did
that
not
they
think
can
that.
control people who are infected too.
Yeah, sure, if not.
I suppose we'll find out one way or another.
Well,
That we will.
this is a unique problem. Perhaps it requires a unique solution. I imagine that our forefathers did not find themselves having to face a being that called itself the first beast. If they have, they should have written that down.
Yeah, that would have made for a fantastic bedtime story.
A valuable lesson. But
Yeah.
with our advantage of numbers, what can we accomplish with out the box thinking? We are going to make it to where we are more able to get numbers in there, and we have access to a level of divine magic. Is there a way, hypothetically, I'm not familiar with planes. Could you and some of the other casters among the clergy collapse the plane on him? Not necessarily cut off the entrance, but shunt him from it.
What do you mean? It might be possible to collapse
feel
the
like
cave
that
on
would
him
be-
with the right equipment, but
Yeah.
Exact.
To collapse the entire plane of existence that he's on would be quite a feat.
Yes, Ollie.
I have some knowledge in Arcana or Spellcraft.
Certainly.
Would my very estranged mentor ever mention something of that level of magic with one of the roles?
Probably not. That's definitely getting
That's high
out
concept
Getting
stuff.
there. Yeah.
Getting into the wild. This whole
Like he
shit.
had some planar knowledge and such, but he was more practical application.
Mhm.
magic is practical.
No.
Yeah, well,
Could I still
when
attempt
you're
to
solving
roll?
crimes.
Yeah.
Could I still attempt to roll from like possibly source books he had me take a look at?
Sure. What specifically are you looking to find out?
Magic that affects planes.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it would either be Arcana or, well, you're specifically looking for magic that affects planes, so yeah, Arcana.
You know what? I will, for shits and giggles, just go ahead and search this.
Make sure you keep track.
I do, because I only get 5 per day.
Yep. 23. So there, of course, is magic that affects planes in the sense of being able to teleport to them, potentially open or exacerbate rifts connecting them, as well as, being able to see into them and other such things. And it's not unheard of for creatures and people to wander in and out of them by mistake. But that would be the limit of what you understand. The idea of using magic to actually directly manipulate a plane in a grand scheme sort of sense is not something you are aware of as
Okay.
a actual factual thing.
Okay.
I assume I'm aware that it's theoretically possible, but I don't really have a way to apply it right now unless the High Priestess has any more really high level scrolls tucked away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
theoretically with magic anything is possible, but
Yeah.
nothing to your knowledge.
Well, maybe not necessarily closing it. What if because we have the Forgotten One's plane, which is said that not even deities should survive in, right?
Yeah.
What if we threw him in there?
That would be fantastic. I just don't know how we would do that.
Yeah.
At least I assume it
Thermonuclear
would be
option?
fantastic. I mean, Actually executing that is the hard part, though, unfortunately. That would be hilarious, though.
Be gone! What?
Yeah.
Just throw him in the primal beyond. Guys, it's that easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roman the primordial soup, it's fine.
Again,
Oh, man,
thinking.
primordial soup.
God. Again, thinking out loud. I don't know. Magic is not my domain. I am just trying to think of solutions to this problem that is not just march
Hit it with a big stick.
march a couple hundred people in there and hope for the best.
Oh, of course. I mean, just flat out apply force to deity isn't exactly. It probably shouldn't be our entire plan. I do wonder about collapsing the cave itself. If we can output enough force to do so.
How did the
As a
cave
reminder,
actually?
you all have not even seen the other side of the cave.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. I
You've
thought it was smaller than that.
No,
you've
he's
entered it, but anybody with dark vision knows their vision does not go far enough to allow them to see the other side.
Yeah. Can we see like the ceiling, or is that too far over
Yeah.
too?
It's
Oh,
too
okay.
far.
But in that case, he might have a lot of room to maneuver in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of vegetation in there?
No,
I don't think there's any,
No, it's
actually.
smelled primarily of
there
rot.
were bones and dirt and
Mhm.
rock and the scent of death.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to just smoke him out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I assume he's eating something from somewhere.
Well, he's a
No.
god. It could just be a manifestation of the concept of a beast eating.
Yeah, it might all be symbolic.
Yeah.
With your knowledge of planes, would we be able to, if he is stuck, try to launch things in through the entrance in order to harm him?
Probably. If he is stuck and, well, we're not, I mean, stands to reason we would be able to fire arrows and bells in as we please. Obviously, it would be best if we could set up like siege equipment or something on the outside, but I don't think we have the time or materials for that. But if we have enough arrows, that could be worth it.
Do we have a ballista on the boat?
Actually, do the boats have like cannons or anything like that?
No,
Oh, damn, that would have been sick.
they are not warships.
Because unfortunately, the only feasible tasks, only feasible things that sound like that we have access to is march in there, attempt to put him down, march out.
I mean, the only thing I really know that is kind of leaning us towards this as possible at all is the Spirit Blade.
Yeah, the
Like, if that
Spear
thing
blade
is,
the only weapon we have of the right
if it's
caliber.
potent enough that you just need to poke him with it, then this is very possible. I don't expect that we're going to be able to accomplish this at all without it, no matter how weak he is.
Have you managed to get that working, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I think honestly, our best bet is to just so he doesn't, I don't know, feed on the life force of those he eats. Only have our best, most competent fighters, Caius, us, the priestess.
Well, we don't know if Caius is willing to join. I will not demand it of him. It is something I need to talk to him about.
I think he's going to. He might if he knows that we're all going. He seems very adamant on us not all dying.
Well, that's kind of
Um,
what
Pretty
that
sores
said,
in this room.
Here we are.
I never got an answer, but I'm also not a priest. Tilk,
Yes.
have you ever thought of asking Nalazandris what her opinion on all this is?
I attempted way back when this first started happening. That is when I was reached out by Goroth, and then I did again not long after that and did not receive a reply. I have done nightly prayers asking for guidance, but was not receiving much for the longest time. It was this past full moon that I got an answer from Hetyear. And we know where that's taken us.
Maybe it's time to try again.
I'm absolutely willing to.
If anyone's going to have insight on how we might approach this or what's going on, it would be her.
I will go about my prayers shortly. Once we discuss more of what we can do in the now. Again, I do not demand all of you come. If you do not have confidence in this mission, I understand if you wish to stay behind.
I'm in a strange spot where I don't really have confidence in either option, but one of them involves taking action. That isn't to say I don't believe in you. It isn't anything anyone's ever done before, so we lack precedent.
It's not anything anyone's ever recorded has done before. If what is said about what is going on in the grand scheme of things, potential it's happened in the past. Just no one survived to record it.
That's true. No one in this cycle has done so and talked about it. Except for Hettier, I guess.
Or simply it's gotten lost to the records.
Yeah.
History is very much full of holes.
Yeah.
But it sounds like that we're sputtering in circles a bit, trying to come to a solution that at this moment just is not obtainable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Honestly, I don't think we know enough to even formulate a plan. And we're not working with a lot.
Yeah. Any assumption we make is flawed.
So what do?
I believe we separate, and Tilk is going to try to pray to Alexandris for
All right.
a level of guidance. Well, let me give my prayer. Let me give my prayer first. That way, it's outlined.
Fair.
As the goddess of mortals, what can be done to save the most mortal souls that attempt to kill the first beast? $29.
You reach out with your prayers and you are met with the silence of crashing waves in the distance.
Fair enough.
Dang. What Zemian isn't telling us is that we're actually supposed to roll high.
No, you're supposed to roll low.
Then Toke will go find Caius.
So it's just not a 50-50 roll, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. After the meeting, I
Caius-
start making those. I'll get with whoever I can, cleric-wise, and start on those scrolls.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I'm going to say it's Palmer you've been working. Because
Who?
what a guy. Palmer.
Poor Palmer.
Who was that again?
I like
assume it's someone we've met.
Palmer.
Palmer is
Palmer's
the
a
cleric
great guy.
Erstyle spoke to.
When?
Some sessions ago.
Yeah, you may not
Actually,
have
I
been
don't
there.
think I
think she
I
was.
don't think Sandra was there.
Yeah. He's a good fellow.
I like
Mhm.
Palmer. We shouldn't let Palmer get hurt.
But yeah, Caius, not too terribly hard to find. He's somewhere on the beach, probably enjoying breakfast at a leisurely pace.
I
I'm gonna say
assume
it's probably about 8 in the morning at this point.
not accompanied by anyone because people like to keep their distance from him.
Yeah. Well, you look about. Something on your mind?
Indeed. As foolish decisions go, probably the most foolish decision I'll be making.
I have a suspicion, but carry on.
We plan to tackle the Goroth problem head on. Both I and the High Priestess received a vision from Hetchir.
He looks down at his food. I see. Well, he'll look up again. Best of luck to you then.
Indeed. I wanted to make you aware, if you weren't already.
I had my suspicions with everybody moving about in such a haste, getting ready for a fight. And I don't see any other enemies around, so 1 + 1 must equal 2.
According to the High Priestess, I am Hetchir's champion, and she presented me with this.
It is quite the artifact. I take it there's not anything I can say to make you not go.
A miracle would help. But
That's not within my power to make happen.
I'm aware. I asked Hetchir for guidance. Hetchir provided. I wished to bolster the High Priestess's spirits, and instead she presented me with her own vision. She could see suddenly. I don't know if you've seen her walking around without her veil.
Believe me, I'm aware. They may shun me, but I'm still about them.
And said that Hetchir has chosen us to put the beast down for good.
I'm sure he did.
You are a good and noble man, Caius. I want you to remember that.
If you say so.
I do.
I do what I can.
You're a man that never seeked more power than he really wanted. Or if he does, he's very, very sly about it.
No, I'm afraid I don't have the kind of mind for that sort of thing. I tend to wear myself on my sleeve, I'm afraid.
But is this what the Raven envisioned for us?
Hmm. That is a hard thing to answer.
Indeed.
I don't think the Raven envisions anything but everything at once.
Us having talked with the first beast is interesting. Always referring to the Red Raven always wins.
It's true, as far as I can tell.
Maybe they're just playing a different game.
Maybe. But I'm sure I've only been around a fraction of the time such a creature as that beast has, so I don't know. But it knows things. It perceives things. It laughs and watches.
But I wanted you to know that if you do not see me come tomorrow, it was not assassination, just elaborate suicide.
He'll get up and clasp your shoulder. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you another time. I trust in that, at the very least. Have a little
Indeed.
faith, maybe not in your gods, but in yourself. Wherever the road may take you.
Oh, I was merely setting expectations.
Well, I don't know what to expect.
Hopefully a hot meal. Hoping
Yes, well,
that while we're gone, this place doesn't suddenly catch fire. Is why we're making everything out of alchemicrete, after all. It doesn't burn easily.
yes. I can't make any promises, but I tell you this, while I may not be able to take this road that you're about to set upon, I will be, well, I will continue to do what little I can here. For that is what I'm allowed.
I'll see you later, Caius.
Certainly.
I will shake his hand.
Yeah, I'll give you a firm handshake.
All right.
Yeah. Take that, that's not how you wanted that to go.
No, I'm fine with how that went.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Would it be nice having Caius around to fight a god? Absolutely. Do I expect a person to go, yeah, I'll go fight a god? No. No one reasonable would say that.
Fair.
Test my abilities, Kyle says.
Is there anything else? Yes, I.
First, I will actually go and check up on Dak.
He's sleeping. At this point in the morning, he's pretty much the same state from last night. But at the very least, he is visibly sleeping now. So he's actually resting at this point, as opposed to like half conscious and medicated to his ears. So he is resting. And the apothecary lady will be like, "Don't you dare wake him up. So help me."
I will flog you.
She's the
I'm
true
not planning-
boss.
I'm not planning to wake him up. I just wanted to see how he was after last night. But at some point, when he does wake up on his own, or when you feel it's time to administer more salve, Ersta will pull out another vial and just hand it to her. Give him that.
Right. I'll do that.
Ersta will then make his way out of the tent and then kind of just disappear into the city for a time.
Okay. Are you just going to be among the people until the appointed hour?
Well, I don't entirely know. Because, okay, out of character wise, I don't entirely know how the. Oh boy. If I go and address the monk. Because that's an entire sideshow by itself. So
Call that
letting other people actually go about and taking your stuff is,
I think Erstaya would know that continuing to prod the hornet's nest would not be the best idea right now.
Okay.
Because while they are disciplined and such, and he seems to have good control over his people to a degree, it will probably be good to let him handle that for the time being, rather than continue to harass them. Because there might be a limit to how much control he has. As you saw, he did allow them to beat the ever-living shit out of Dak.
Yeah.
So where exactly that line is not clear, and it might be best to continue to heed his advice for now. At least give it a day or two more.
Okay. Well then, Erstyle will just disappear into the crowd. He's just gonna go about either assisting people in whatever work they're doing, or as well as attempting to uplift and keep morale high, or at least better shape until the appointed hour, I guess.
Okay. Does anybody else have any last-minute preparations?
Not really, unfortunately. I feel like I should, but I don't have anything.
No,
That's
Rhea is kind of just meditating and trying to center herself and just, okay.
Yeah, I'm just mentally preparing myself.
Gotcha. Cool. So, you all take what time you need. It was different getting into fights on the way to Adax. Those were about survival and unexpected.
And I guess
And even the fights in Adax were desperate and mostly the spur of the moment. And not entirely wanted or premeditated and actively avoided.
Yeah, I think this is the first big fight we've initiated.
Yes, this is the first time you are going into battle proper and against something so unusual.
Yeah.
There is certainly an anxiety and an uncertainty. And when the appointed hour comes, you all gather a bit before sundown with what amounts to a roughly standing force of a little over 300 people. Spearmen, archers, standard soldiers, clerics, paladins, the high priestess. And you recognize many faces of the religious folk among them, both infected and not. But there are also some of the more common folk that may not be as radical, but people who know how to fight. They may not necessarily be the most seasoned soldiers, but they know how to wield a sword.
Mm-hmm.
There are some prayers made by the priestess and the fellow clerics, and then the march begins. There are some people who are aware of what's about to happen who do watch from a distance. Caius, Sir Roderick, some others. Some of Urstile's agents are watching from spots unseen. And you all make your way those couple miles north to the spot of the confluence. And as it comes into view, as the sun is beginning to set in the west, you see the two guards that are posted there are nervously on standby. Not nervous because, well, partially nervous of seeing your approach, but also as you see one of the hills that looms over this burrow is covered in ravens. And as you all approach, they scatter with a raucous cawing.
Someone's
and
interested.
the burrow opens.
This is
The high priestess comes forward, retrieving a ornate scroll case from a strap upon her back. Enters what appears to be some kind of way of grasping on the end of it, some kind of code on a series of switches that unlock the case. And it opens with a twang, and she frees the singular scroll from within and begins to recite in Celestial, from which the scroll is written in a fine golden ink. And you watch as she reads the scroll, the passageway, the burrow opens wider and wider and wider until it is about 60 feet wide. And there is a breeze with a stench that rises up from the gaping chasm. And under orders, the troops begin to form or reform to be able to fit through this 60-foot wide passageway.
We need light in there.
As they are beginning, there are many soldiers that will begin drawing torches and lighting them.
As the spell is chanted, Tilk will again offer a prayer to protect the mortal souls to Nalzandris and to guide us into battle to Hetyear, and then cast corruption resistance on himself from his race.
Sure.
understandable.
My question for you all.
Yep.
Where do you plan to be in this mass? Do you want to be at the front, at the back, in the middle? Where do you want to be?
Well,
I think it'll be best if we're kind of individually where it's most strategically appropriate for us to be, but all within sight of each other would still be good.
Style's gonna be in the rear.
Toke would be up front because that's where he needs to be.
Yep.
Yeah, Rhea will also be in the rear because Archer.
Very well. What about our
Uh,
casters?
Yeah, for kind of similar reasons, I'll be around where Rhea is. Maybe, well, I assume the clerics are scattered throughout the church.
Yes.
So I was gonna say back with wherever they are, but they're not in a central location.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are some clusters of clerics on the back, but most are scattered throughout.
Yeah. But I am a ranged character, so seems
Yep.
appropriate.
Yeah,
to be further back.
I'll be around Liana.
Yes.
I am going to draw from my shadow a mass of darkness to pull around myself that will harden into the force that makes up mage armor.
Okay.
I will preemptively do the same.
Last next 3 hours.
Though for Sveta, it's more of like a sort of frosty sheen comes over her clothing.
Tilk, are you embedding in the front unit or are you leading from the front?
Toke would be leading from the front.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So you all carry on the march down the tunnel. It does appear as you make your way down, the entirety of the tunnel has been expanded instead of narrowing like you had feared.
That's good.
And you make the roughly 100-foot descent down into the cavern. And the entire force manages to enter the cavern proper, and you can sense there is a disquiet and an anxiety amongst the troops as they spread back out into the proper formation.
Oh, where did the high
And
priestess end up going, by the way? Oh, sorry.
she's in the back.
Oh.
She has little skill in melee, though she
Yeah.
does have a sword.
Yeah.
It's not until everybody has entered the chamber that you can hear shifting in the darkness beyond the light that is cast by the torches. And from the darkness, you can see the luminous eyes of Goreth peering out at you. What is
Just gonna say real quick, your deep grumble
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's fucking. I'm trying to recapture where I was at with it, where I was catching it.
Yeah.
What is this?
You wish to do unto Hetyer revenge for a wrong. I will not abide by that, as you have wronged us and him. And I will whip out my sword.
Nice.
Oh, okay. So this is how we're doing this. All right. Cool. Let's just do initiative.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We marched
there
in
we
with an
go.
army. I didn't know where else that was gonna go.
We're in the shit now.
Could have talked it out, but of course not.
No, this is never going to be talked out. Peace was never an option.
Ooh. Oh, I forgot to add my +1 to that. That's actually a 20.
Nice. Oh, wow. I hate what Headyear did to you, Gorath, but you can't enslave all of us just to get back at him.
Okay, so let's see here. So Tilk has a 19.
20, actually.
Has a 20.
I didn't add my +1.
That's right.
That's on
I
me.
have a 19.
I roll like
Yeah.
shit.
Ray's a 19. You've got Versatile
wait.
at a 4. Leon at a 5. And Sveta at a 15.
Yep. I'm on that initiative crack, boys.
Which is regular, Craig?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
It's actually K10 that I managed to smuggle out of Shadowrun.
Oh, geez.
By the way, my heart's going to explode. Goodbye.
Yeah, like he might survive the fight and then just die anyway.
Goodbye, my friends.
I love it doesn't say Gorath's initiative, just first.
Yeah. The first beast is
Yep.
first. It makes sense.
Army laugh. Oh,
You hear the shifting. You think claws on the stony cavern floor. Is that so? And here I thought perhaps I was too harsh. Maybe you weren't the traitors I thought you to be. But I see my instinct was true. All right, Tilk, it's your turn.
Excellent. I am going to target him with Smite.
Yeah.
Now,
are there any limitations as to how Smite works that I'm not remembering offhand?
so the big things are that if he's an evil creature, I get bonuses. Which I think last time that we talked about, he is not.
He is not evil.
But regardless of the target, Smite evil attacks automatically bypass any DR the creature might possess.
Oh.
Okay.
Sure. So I don't get any attack bonuses, and I don't get any
That's kinda
damage
big.
bonuses, but I get to bypass DR.
Yeah, that's kind of big.
Okay.
yeah.
Get to bypass DR, huh? Sure. All right. So do your thing.
I can only move 20 feet. I imagine I can't get to him in 20 feet.
No.
Now I'm gonna feel bad if he actually was thinking about being nice, just because.
He's still trying to enslave us.
Yeah.
Gonna move up 20 feet, and then I guess as my action, move 20 more feet because I can't do rally as a. I already used my swift action for smite, so.
That's fine. I don't think we need rally yet. We're all gonna be moving up, right?
So yeah,
We'll see.
yeah. Tilk runs 40 feet forward. That's his turn. After declaring him to prepare to be smote.
Okay, so you're sprinting forward. Rhea.
Twang. It's gonna be a lot of twang.
Yeah.
Do.
It's going to be a little bit of a far shot. It's going to be about, let's see,
100
Tilk. Yeah, you're going to be a band beyond that.
Okay.
Yeah. at
Well,
the very
she's moving
least.
forward 30 feet. She's moving forward 30 feet and then firing.
Okay.
So let's see. And she is going to use. Right. There we go. First one misses. Then we go rapid shot.
Okay.
Probably misses that too.
Yeah.
And then we are using.
Or actually, sorry. No. That does not miss.
Oh, really? Okay. Cool.
No.
Cool.
Nice.
It's Tilk.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm used to it.
7 damage.
Okay.
And then I am using a Divine Surge for Mage Strike.
Okay.
Wait, a 9 hit him?
He
But
is
20 should hit
very
him then.
big.
I am now more afraid, actually.
He is massive.
Yeah,
He's
that's
probably
my fear.
gargantuan plus.
I mean, there are
Yeah.
a lot of really large creatures that are really powerful, but at very low AC because of their size.
Yeah, I get that. I'm saying I am more afraid now.
All right. That hits, so that's and I'm using the trait to add an extra. So I'm adding fire damage, and I'm using the trait to add extra fire damage.
Okay.
So 4 normal damage and 8 fire damage. And also the 4 damage ignores resistances.
Resistances, but not reduction.
Yeah, reduction, I mean. The normal physical damage.
Okay. Okay.
But the energy damage does not pass through.
And then how much fire damage was it?
It was 8.
Okay. Cool. So you weave through, you fire a few shots into the dark. You think at least one of those two hit, but it's dark over there. It's hard to say for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You took a shot in the dark.
True. Sveta.
All right. I guess I am going to have to move up.
Yeah.
I need to get in range of. Am I able to move? How far is he from me exactly?
Exactly is kind of hard to tell.
Am I able to get
say,
within 30 feet of him this turn?
I will say get within 30 feet of him this turn? No, not
Well,
from the back.
up to 30 feet, because that's the range on my hex.
I mean, Tilk moved 40 feet and wasn't able to get there.
Okay. Then I'm going to start moving up myself because I need to be mid range.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Okay. Liana.
Okay. Easy turn for me. It'll be, let's see, casting shield. You create that transparent disc of force in front of myself, and then using my arcane surge to cast mirror image. And let's see, D3 plus a third of my cast level, so D3 plus 1. 3 images total.
Sure.
If I read my shorthand correctly, at least. D3 plus 1, yeah, 1 image for 3 cast level.
Cool.
And let's see, I'll move up the same distance that Rhea did as well, with my actual move. And that will be it for me. The Arcane Surge, of course, costs Mythic Power.
Yep. All right. First off, what do?
First style delays.
Very well. The army, there is those of you amongst the men and women that are making up this small army some are shaking at the scale of whatever this thing is lingering in the darkness. But the command comes from the back, from the high priestess. Frontline charge, archers, fire at will. And the archers are immediately unleashing arrows, hundreds of them going off into the darkness. And the front lines began to charge behind Tilk to get into the tangle with this beast. That will bring it to Gorath's turn. What is he going to do? What are my list of actions here?
He surrenders peacefully, and we put him down.
Nah, Ma, he's my dog. I'll do it.
You notice the eyes crouch down a little lower. On my oath, so long given to the kindly Nephilim of Zidon, I will not endure traitors to mortal kind. And then he will hit the eyes disappear in the darkness, and the ground shakes with a reverberating howl that sends a chill down the spine. And you hear rock and stone moving as the daylight behind you disappears. And now the only light is by the torches you have brought into this cavern. And the way back is no longer visible. So, it's your go, bud.
I have dark vision. I see him still.
I will say you can see a foot.
Cool, I'm gonna stab it.
And the leg attached to it.
Well, there goes our retreat if we needed it.
I'm gonna fuck up his ankles. Am I able to get within range to attack to...
Yes.
Okay. I assume this does not count as a heavy blade.
No. It's functionally a long sword. It can be one-handed or two-handed, but considering you're using a shield, one-handed.
Yeah. Hello, dice.
Yeah. Oh, that'll hit. For this blade, you are Mythic Tier 1, so you will have 1d8 plus your Charisma modifier.
I'll take it.
Nice.
And I assume it's based
You are
off...
rolling that attack with Charisma, correct?
I am not. I forgot about that.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you that. Or you forgot. Either way, you attack and deal damage with your Charisma while using this weapon.
Gotcha.
Because this is an extension of your will made manifest.
7 damage.
Okay. The blade cleaves into his hide, but if it has bothered him too much, it is not clear.
Are there any people within 30 feet of me?
There is the front line closing behind you. They move their full, and they're not in heavy armor for the most part, save for some paladins. So,
Okay.
Yeah, they're within that kind of range behind you.
I will use a swift action to rally. So I will,
Okay.
all of them get a reroll on a d20 check.
I'm also pulling
Okay.
forward.
So there is that.
Go Tilk.
And that is my turn.
Oh, ride to ruin.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, twing more, more moving forward 30 feet and then shooting and
Yeah.
hit normal for 2 damage. Rapid shot.
Needs
Does
more
8 hit?
Daka. Yes. Pretty much. Did you roll above a 5? Yes. You hit.
For 4 damage. And then another mage strike.
All right.
Well, that hits. Nice.
Okay.
And oh, cool. 8 physical damage that ignores resistance or it ignores reduction, and 2 fire damage.
Okay. Nice. Funny numbers in his HP pool right now.
It's
I
69.
see.
Yeah. Yeah, so your shots find their mark. You see the people charging in, about to go. With the torches, you can actually see the outlines of one of his legs that goes several dozen feet up into the air. That brings us to Sveta.
Yeah. Am I within one movement of 30 feet from it?
I will say yes.
Cool. I'm gonna move.
The scale of this fight is a little challenging to do exact measurements, but I'll say
That's
yes.
fair. I just got to know of range.
Yeah.
With that, I will attempt to evil eye him.
Okay.
He has to make a will save.
Okay.
And if he succeeds, he is affected for only 1 round. If he fails, it's for 3. It's for 7 rounds.
Okay.
And I will be targeting his. Since his AC actually turned out to be kind of low, I'm going to target his attack.
That makes sense.
This is a mind affecting effect, so I guess if he's immune to it, then kill myself.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to give you a moment to do that, or if it's already
He
done.
passes the check.
All right, so it's just the 1 round for now.
Yep. And it's a what, a -2 to his attack rolls?
Yeah. For now, at least.
Okay.
Not the high enough level for it to be higher.
I didn't got higher. Nice.
Yeah, it does scale.
Is that it?
No, I'm going to use my mythic ability as Archmage, Wild Arcana, and I'm going to swift action a spell out. I have it prepared, but I want to use it as a swift action anyway, so I'm going to snowball him.
Sure.
And let me make that attack roll as a ranged touch attack. So I'm pretty confident it'll go through. Unless his size and dex are just so low that his touch attack is actually much harder to hit. In which case,
Eh.
I will just throw myself off a bridge, please.
The bones.
It's a +2.
Yeah.
16.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, now he has to make a fortitude save, or be staggered while I do damage.
He saves.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
Unless,
does.
oh, right. That's not with modifier. I was thinking it was 16 total, and I was like, haha, no. Because the
Yeah,
DC is
I know things you don't know. If I say
No,
he passed, he passed. I'll tell you
that's
if he fails.
okay. In that case, it's 3d6. I don't have the damage. No, it's the successful fortitude is only to do that. So that is 10 cold damage.
Okay.
And that is it. That is all I can do.
All right, Liana, you're up.
All right. Let's see. Am I? Yeah. Okay. Start with another arcane surge, so I can swift action cast Shadow Fade on myself. Well, you can only cast on yourself, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it's touch, so I could cast on someone else too. But basically it makes it so that in areas of darkness, the target is invisible to creatures using dark vision to see. In areas of dim light, you gain concealment against creatures using dark vision. No effect in normal light or brighter, automatically dispelled entering an area of bright light. Oh wait, or it takes a hostile action. Well, that works with what else I'm gonna do on this. Okay, so they didn't make it just like better than invisibility in the darkness. That's probably good because that's a 1st level spell.
Yeah.
Basically, dark vision doesn't work on me while it's in effect.
Okay.
And then with my standard action, I'll cast Shadow Conjuration Lesser.
Okay.
To mimic summon monster 1 and summon an eagle.
Okay.
At as close as I can get to him. My range on it is short, so 35 feet up into the sky. With the intent that it will go for his eyes. It has an 80-foot fly speed, or I'll just send you the link to the eagle page if that.
Okay.
Or well, should I direct the eagle, or do you want to do it? I don't actually know what I've never played a summon character before.
Check his eyes out.
You can direct the eagle.
Oh, okay. I'll do that then.
Yeah, I think summons you can just give commands.
Yeah, this thing has some height. Holy shit. Oh, I think it's because it's. Oh, it's because if it's summon, it's extraplanar. That's right. Okay.
Yes.
That's right. So it's based on my alignment, which my alignment is good, but it thematically makes sense with what I am for it to have the fiendish template instead of the celestial one. I don't think it changes it that much. Are you cool with my summons or my? I mean, there are illusory summons working that way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll have to open up the fiendish one at some point. Actually, shit. Do they act on my initiative, or do they get their own?
They act on yours. I think we'll just have it run by that for now.
That's probably the way easier way to do it anyway.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know if 115 feet worth of distance would get to his face or not from where I am.
I'll say it will. I think that's fine.
Okay. I don't know if there's like I don't think Pathfinder has like a called shot type of thing. At least thematically, that's what I'm wanting it to do. I don't know if it's mechanically possible for it to attack a specific part of its body.
I mean, yeah, you can.
At least it's something that large. I mean, I assume that Korath's eyes are like as big as the eagle is.
Bigger, easily.
Oh yeah, eagle's small. I thought it was medium. Let's see. So 2 talons and they're +3 with brackets. Oh, okay, with 11 summoning feet. Okay, 2 talons and 1 bite. I think with... Oh, geez, I haven't used natural attacks in forever. I think with paired ones like the talons, you can make them both as 1 attack, but I don't remember if that's true or not.
Oh, so sure.
It might be... It doesn't actually say which ones are primary and secondary. I think they actually just have those built in to the type. I think I should have looked up how this would work. I'll have it take the talons then, because it moves, so it can't do a full attack.
Okay.
So I could have been lied to about the paired thing, like claws and stuff, though, so I'm not sure. 8 with the first one.
Yep.
And 7 with the other one.
Yep, both hit.
Okay, and these are D4 each. I think talons are piercing or slashing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh, 4 and 1, respectively. I guess I could have had it smite. I forgot to do that. Oh, it doesn't actually have a corrosion bonus. Never mind. So that doesn't matter. Oh, it also doesn't matter with the alignment anyway, I think. Okay, so that's the end of the Eagle's attack, and that's also, yeah, my turn as well.
Okay.
I spent a second mythic power, but
Okay.
First, will move up behind the battle group.
Okay. That's easy enough to do. Otherwise, just doing that.
Yep. That's all
Okay.
I'm gonna do.
Cool. The army is at least the guys charging in melee they're committing. They go rushing in, and they will start attacking on the legs that they can see by the torchlight. So here's what's going to happen. They are, I'm going to say about 50 can actually like get in there because it reaches a point where the ranks are too deep. Okay. That's going to be 177 piercing damage as they start attacking. So let me do some quick maths real quick. Cool. Why? Oh, it's my numlock on. Fucking so good at this. The archers will fire another volley. Jesus. It was 355 piercing damage.
That's nice. So a little bit above the statistical average.
I mean, you know, it's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Or talons in this instance.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so that's happening. The high priestess is continuing to bark commands as she's starting to like slowly move forward, but ultimately staying in the back with the ranged people. Most of what casters there are trying to give enhancing buffs and such to the archers and everything. As the attack is pressed. Which brings us to Gorath's turn.
actually I forgot he does need to make a DC 20 will save to try to perceive that Shadow Eagle is fake. And if he
yeah.
does successfully, it does less damage to him and has less AC.
Yeah, he wouldn't be knowledgeable enough. Yes, he's aware that it is fake.
Okay. Or well, there's like a save for it, even if it's.
He passes a save.
He passes again.
Goddamn.
Yep.
Okay.
I can start fucking with his saves if people would prefer. Now that his AC just seems to be low enough that we generally are gonna hit.
Let's see how this attack goes first.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the however much damage the eagle did, if any, is 20% of that, rather than the amount it was.
Cool. Well, I don't remember the exact amount of damage, but I'll refund him the handful of points it did.
Okay. It was 4 and 1. I think that actually rounds down to none.
Minimal 1.
If that helps you sleep better at night.
Nothing helps me sleep at night.
Goreth will rear back, lifting one of his paws slightly after taking a ton of stabs, but then just kind of sets it back down, and there is a growl. Do well to remember there was a time when the first dream came, and so did the first nightmare. And know me, the thing that creeps where the mind fears. No terror. And in the torchlight, you will see the end of a wolf-like maw open wide, and he is going to use Black Terror. And a wave of black gas and fumes and smoke will pour out across the ground in front of him, washing over the charging army and those that have besieged his feet. Everybody needs to make me a will save.
Is it against a fear effect?
Yes.
Everyone within 10 feet of me gets to add +4. Huzzah!
Yay. I'm not that close.
Boy, howdy,
I'm happy for those people, though.
I'm not within 10 feet, I assume, because I'm not going to the melee.
This isn't. Is this considered mind affecting?
Yes.
Okay. Neat.
Oh no.
Just to pad that, I'm gonna Mythic Surge it.
Do I want to do the same thing?
18 is mine.
16's in a spot where I'm like, that feels okay, but
Yeah,
Well,
15 feels a little low against a god.
I'm going to punch myself in the throat.
yeah, I'll surge it.
God damn.
Okay, 18 total for mine. Jeez. Alright, so for those that Zach just rolled, I think, saves for every individual person here.
That's also still a lot. That's a fair bit of 20s in there.
The
Yeah,
I
bump
mean,
dice,
it's an average.
we roll 300 dice.
Yeah.
And also, there's some people that can use rerolls if they need them, and if they're within 30 feet of me. So.
Oh,
nice.
30? I thought you said 10.
So
Right.
I did the rally.
Do I have to take the lower result?
You weren't in 30 feet when I used it.
Right, I had to move up after, kill myself.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I will actually use my reroll that I have then, because I rolled a fucking 1.
Oh,
That's fair.
1 plus 14 for a total of 15. And what do I get this
Save
time?
on one.
An
you got
8.
14 to it?
Because it's my Aura of Courage.
And mind affecting, which he gets bonuses to.
Yeah.
It's just kind of his thing to resist.
Okay.
22 for my total now.
So is 22 the highest?
Yes.
Yes.
Of the party, 22 is the highest.
Of the party, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know if
that
like any of
was-
the other
that was the
people are higher than that.
Okay. So here's what happens. This black cloud washes over all of you, and as it washes over the army like a wave of water, the torches are extinguished. And the cave is plunged into darkness. And in that darkness, you hear choking screams of terror and people collapsing. Those of you that have dark vision, you see there are scores of people that scream in terror and then are suddenly choked out as they clutch at their chests and collapse to the ground, falling utterly still. And there are only a few, the high priestess and yourselves, remaining, as just shy of 300 people drop dead in terror at once.
Jeez. Wait, was that literally everyone but us?
And a few others, including the high priestess.
Oh, okay.
The rest of you are now panicked.
Oh, I gotta look up what that even does. I forgot.
We gotta run away real fast.
I forgot that was its own condition.
Yeah.
Yeah. A panicked creature must drop anything it holds and flee at top speed from the source of its fear, as well as any other dangers and encounters along a random path. It can't take any other actions. In addition, the creature takes a -2 penalty on all saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. If cornered, a panicked creature cowers and does not attack, typically using the total defense action in combat. A panicked creature can use special abilities, including spells, to flee. Indeed, the creature must use such means if they are the only way to escape. Panicked is a more extreme state of fear than shaken or frightened.
Ah, okay. That's it.
Can you will save to resist it?
That's what we
Is
did.
that what the will save was for?
Oh, well, like on subsequent turns.
Yes. Oh, actually, I made a mistake. Hang on. It was about. So it's about 5. I don't know how to do that. What's the command to count for the dice bot, Brandon?
I not a fucking clue. I've never had it do such a thing.
Are you trying to like count a number of particular result or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah. Make my life a little bit easier.
Isn't it like the shadow?
Oh, that's right. T. It's target number. That's right. Okay. So roughly half the forces collapse and die. The rest are also fleeing in terror.
Oh, okay. That's a little better.
Yes. I forgot it was a 50% chance to die of fear.
Hmm.
Oh,
All right. And that will be Goreth's turn.
I'm inflicted with panic.
Yep.
Well, as all I can do as I'm inflicted with panic is run the fuck away.
Yes, you can also, at the end of your turn here, you can attempt a will save.
Yeah, because unfortunately,
You do drop the spear blade though, and
Yeah. yeah.
That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, that was likely going to happen. I was just making sure that none of my mercies would be able to help with panic, and not at the moment.
No, that's some advanced stuff. That's like mercy level 3 or something.
So I run. That's my turn.
Zoom.
Yeah, zoom,
You want to
zoom,
make
zoom.
that will save?
I will attempt to. $22 again. Man, I have.
All right, you
Nope.
pass.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
The roll of
The
22
subsequent
left.
will saves are easier.
Yeah, that's what I imagine.
Yep.
So it's probably like 23 or 24. Joy.
Okay, so after running for a bit, you are like, wait, we're all gonna die here if we flee. We need to fight, and kind of recover yourself. Rhea, you are also pinned.
Did you drop your weapon when you did that?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
you drop anything you're holding and begin running.
She drops her longbow and starts running. And that's, 5 times movement with light armor or whatever. 4 times.
4 times,
far.
unless you have the run feat.
Yeah.
And then, would you like to make the will save?
Yes, I would like to try.
Yes, by all means.
21.
All right, you passed.
Yay.
Similar to Toke, you come to your senses after sprinting a distance away. Sveta.
She lets out a loud curse that she realizes she doesn't have her have her bow with her.
Yeah. It's pretty easy for y'all to realize, oh, this is some all kinds of fucked up magic.
Luckily,
Yeah.
I don't have anything, so let's fucking go. I
What was the
don't
name
know.
of it again? Because it didn't even sound good.
No, I'm not carrying Harrison in my hand like some kind of orb. I got a 21.
Ponder
You
the
pass.
bun.
He is
Hovering
safely,
like a red mage orb.
no, he is safely stowed
That would
away
be
in
awesome.
my person.
Liana,
Okay.
also
This is
panicked, fleeing in
Extra
terror.
spicy. So due to my hoped great legs, or angular grade, technically, I think I am a fiendish sprinter, and thus run away at well, my speed is enhanced by 10 feet, so multiplied by 4 is 160 feet
Yeah.
away. Assuming there is even that much space to run away, I'm not even sure. But I'm not holding anything,
There is.
thankfully.
Okay, so you're running. Will save?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. You can choose to not do the will save. It's a May.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know. I
also
kind of
to do
like.
life.
Oh, geez, I got a 12.
Unfortunately, you are still panicked.
Okay, man, I'm gonna be fucking gone. if I,
Unless you want to mythic surge that.
I'm not confident about my chances of it helping, and I only have a couple left.
That's fair. I've only used one so far today.
All right, our style.
I used a lot of it to like quickly cast spells at the beginning to get my buffs out faster.
Run, boy, run. This world is not meant for you. Run, boy, run. Gorath's trying to catch you.
It's true.
First
Is he
I'll pass
or
it.
is he
So
just letting us go away?
The first beast.
Almost.
Why are you running?
Almost on the die. Almost.
Yeah.
Almost off that. Oh,
All right. So, end of your turn, you get your shit together. The army, unfortunately, is flinging, trying to make their way back to the entrance that once was there. They do not get to make saves, as they are not mythic.
Understandable.
Just panicked forever. They have anxiety,
Is the priestess among them being
Yes,
panicked?
she is fleeing in terror. Or no, she's not fleeing in terror, but she sees the people are fleeing, and she is, as people are rushing past her, she's going, "What? But he said." And then it's Gorth's turn. Gorth is going to stalk forward. Tilk, you can hear him behind you as you're turning around. And you turn in time to see a foot cleaving through the darkness, hurtling at a frightening speed towards you. Make a reflex save.
Oh no, he's so big. His melee attacks are AoEs.
Yeah, that makes
Yes.
sense.
There's a giant
Yeah.
orange circle on the ground under you.
Oh no.
Why are you standing in the bad?
Stop standing in the bad.
26. Nat 20. My Nat 20's on the
Son of a
save.
bitch. You see it coming and you scramble backwards and happen to trip over a body of somebody who has died and fall backwards in time to see an absolute wall of fur and claw whoosh overhead, and you can hear the air sucking behind it. And you clamber back to your feet in time to see another one coming. Make another DC 20.
Hello.
Reflex save.
Hello there.
I framed the first one.
Can I do it again? 20 on the dot.
Like fucking
Once
bad.
again, you scramble out of the way as another claw goes whistling by. But the question is, as you hear a growl,
What do I do about the teeth?
can you dodge it again?
Third time.
21.
Once again, there's another slash. And you've been sent scrambling back another 15 feet, avoiding each of these slashes of his claws. It's your go.
No, joy. How far away am I from my sword?
I mean, you spent your whole turn running, so 40 feet.
Just do
Well,
that again.
technically like 55 now because you're
Ugh.
dodging his attacks. He's driven you back.
I imagine there's a weapon on the ground for me to pick up at this point. A spear of some sort.
Yes, easily.
I'm going to grab it, shank him with it, and then go for the sword.
Make an attack. Just don't, just roll above a 5.
13.
Okay.
Spear's 1d8, right? I'm not insane.
Is
So?
it two-handed?
Yep.
1d6 if you one-handed.
Yeah.
No, that's D&D. That's D&D 5. Spears and Pathfinder are a D8 plus 1.5 times strength,
8 damage.
unless you're using a short spear.
Okay. You stick his paw with your pointy stick.
I'll make it go for the sword.
Move action to grab weapon,
And-
standard action to attack, 5-foot step to move over a body.
Start running.
Yeah, it's gonna be a process. It's not gonna be an immediate thing.
Hooray, you're up. You're double move speed away from your bow.
Well, she is gonna run. There's not that much else you can do right now.
Yeah.
Actually, Let's
Maybe
see.
another bow around.
On the bright side, he's still smote, so he didn't get to apply DR to the 8. Probably got to apply immunities.
No, she can't do anything, so she's just running to get back to
Okay.
where she had her bow.
Fair enough. Sveta.
I'm gonna move up. Luckily, someone's not getting their ass beat, so I don't need to try to heal them. So I'm just gonna move back to where I was and assume
My question for you is: do you have dark vision?
no, God no.
So I believe, if I remember correctly, you're at half speed in the darkness for movement.
Okay, then I spend my entire move or run speed to
Okay.
get half. Wait, I'm halfway back. Movement to leave too, so it's kind of to run away.
Okay.
So I would have. I'm back where I was.
Okay.
I don't really get to do anything. I'm just back where I was.
Gotcha. Leon, you are still panicked.
Still panicked. All right, let's try again.
So you go sprinting and, well, you don't collide with it because you have dark vision, but you are scratching at the cave wall where there was the exit.
Game over, man.
Ow.
All you know is this is the way you came from. You have no idea how else to get out of here, but this is your best bet, is to maybe dig through this or something.
Yeah, probably looks crazy with like several images of myself all doing that at once too.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this. We'll save again.
Come on, wizard saves.
17.
Unfortunately, that is not enough.
Oh, jeez.
That's rough.
Okay.
Yeah. Earthstyle, what's up?
And that Elusive Eagle just kind of flits around, not actually doing anything because the damage is I think actually all resisted. Or not all resisted, but it's reduced enough that it's not doing anything.
Yeah. Earthstyle.
Let's see. Aristotle can't really see in the darkness.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Brother.
It's spooky. You hear shit going on. You hear some panic screams. The growling of Gorath.
Aristotle will take a knee.
Fair enough. The army continues to desperately claw at the cave wall. You all can definitely hear the scratching and scrabbling and screams, and yeah, it's going down.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
Gorath will growl, and he's going to make another swipe at Tilk.
Luck will run out. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Just gonna
22?
memorize the attack pattern and dodge roll accordingly.
Jesus Christ, he's going to swipe again.
14.
Oh boy, here we go. Now it's happening.
I assume that I can't retaliate using my defender ability.
You could. Does it happen before you get hit or after you get hit?
I think they technically happen simultaneously.
Yeah.
Sunblock as an immediate action, you can expend. You can expend one use of your mythic power to hinder a melee attack made against you or an adjacent ally. Add your tier to your AC, or the allies against the AC. The target creature, the attack must make 2 attack rolls and take the lower result. Okay, so I don't think that would actually work here.
There are no attack rolls here.
Yeah, he's not making attack rolls, so my defender ability it does nothing.
All right. So you get hit by this fucking paw. You can feel the edges of claws cleaving into your side through the plate, and you're going to take 25 bludgeoning and slashing damage. And then,
Owie.
as you get hit, Look at you. You're gonna get sent 10 feet off course as you're sent backwards 10 feet. Well, not backwards, to the side.
Gotcha.
And then it's going to swipe at you again.
$17.
Woof.
I get it.
Do you get it? You're going to take another 15 slashing and bludgeoning damage
Sludgeoning damage.
as you're smacked another 5 feet. How you doing health-wise, bud?
I am down to 4.
Oof. All right, it's your turn.
How far away is the blade?
It's going to be about 40-ish feet from you at this point.
Action to run up and grab it.
Sure. All right.
He will
Next.
brandish it. Just pure defiance in his eyes as he stares at this thing. Because I imagine the light illuminates him a bit. Although I doubt that the creature needs the light to see him.
Those of you that are looking in that direction, you can see the green light of the blade and Tilk vaguely lit up by it. Rhea, you've reached where your bow is.
Is it still there?
Yes, it's still there. It hasn't gone away.
Can you pick up things with a move action? Or is
Yes.
it haste?
It is a move action action to pick up any item.
Unattended item.
Yeah, you're good.
Right. Oh, she's gonna do that, and then she is gonna curse a little as she lets out another twang.
Okay.
A 7 hit.
Yeah.
One
You have a
damage.
general idea where he is. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then rapid shots.
All right.
2 damage.
All right.
And then I am going to use, instead of Mage Strike, I am going to use Distance Barrage, which removes all cover, concealment, and etc. that the target has,
Oh, that's
Okay.
nice.
and ignores damage resistance.
Okay. Oh, that'll definitely hit. That's a 24.
It broke.
7
There it is.
damage.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Okay.
Twang, twang, twang.
Yes. Sveta, you're in the darkness. You can see Tilk in the distance, and you can see where part of the glow is slightly eclipsed by what you assume to be a leg in the darkness.
Oh, I guess that's about as good as I'm going to be able to get. Is he close enough to me that I could get Tilt close enough to me that I could get there in a move action?
Tilk's not going to be able to get to you in a move action. It's more likely for you to get to him, but
Yeah,
you
that's
would
what
have
I'm
to pass under Goreth to get to Tilk.
Well, here's to hoping that I can take a shot, or he doesn't obliterate me immediately with attacks of opportunity. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
It's on you.
Does Goroth fuck me up?
As you try to run past him, yes, he's going to swipe at you
Okay.
with a snarl. Let's see if he can make the reflex save.
All right. Unfortunately, reflex is not great. So I'll probably need a medic after this, but it's whatever.
Medic.
16.
Oof.
Oh,
32 bludgeoning and slashing damage as a paw comes crashing down into you, intercepting you on your run.
Cool, I'm dead.
That doesn't outright kill you. It does knock you unconscious. And then launches you fucking 30 feet.
Okay. I'm at a -11, which is higher than my con, so
You forget you have a mythic thing, your constitution. You can go up to double your constitution score before.
I thought that was 2, not 1. Okay.
Hard to kill kicks in right away. 2's the amazing initiative, I think.
Something
That
like that.
said,
Yeah.
when it does come back to your turn, you will automatically stabilize because of
Yep.
that mythic thing as well.
So, cool. Good luck, everybody else. Good luck, everybody else.
Wait, what? Had you already taken some damage? What's your max HP? Holy shit.
21.
Oh, goddamn.
I'm a
Squishy
level
3 witch.
3 witch. Like,
Do you have below 10 con?
no, I have 10 con.
So do I. How
Anyway.
how do I have more than you?
Leon,
Did you roll higher on your dices?
y'all shouldn't be
Yeah.
rolling. You should be using max.
I know it's max.
Oh.
Where it was.
Yeah. Leona.
I continue to do what I was already doing, I believe.
Yes.
panicking.
Will save.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're going to choose to make the will save.
Yeah. Not gonna just give in to the terror quite yet. Or, well, maybe. 15.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, you're still fucking losing your mind. You heard a snarl and something crashed somewhere back there, and you're desperate to get out of this place.
Jeez. Scary in here, and it smells bad, and it's loud. And
Yeah.
a lot of
First
people
time.
died.
Good style?
Yes.
Oh. Still can't really see. Even though there is a faint glow, can't really see.
Yeah, you have
beyond
you
that.
have a vague idea of where Gorath is. If you have a ranged attack, you could feasibly make an attack roll. He is massive enough that you can say, okay, well, if his leg is there and relatively to the glow, the general mass should be there, and you'll probably have good odds of hitting it. But ultimately, what you want to do is up to you.
Gorath alone is a target-rich environment.
Yes.
Yeah, Gorath is large enough for being a target-rich environment. Did I? Okay. I don't know if I actually was able to even see Svetta's body fly anywhere.
Probably
I don't
not.
think it. Yeah.
The glow isn't powerful enough to make that immediately visible. You probably heard somebody running and then a crash
Max.
of something hitting the floor somewhere.
And screaming is a pain and agony before silent.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take out the I'm gonna take out a sling. I will take out one of my pepper balls and I will toss it at Gorath.
Okay, make the roll.
Something's gonna be a fun time. Okay, that'll hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. Sure.
Don't roll a 1 on the save. Don't roll a 1 on the save.
It passed.
Yeah.
However, you hear a snarl in response.
I take you for an oathbreaker, then one from beyond the wood.
And you can feel on your right arm there's a constriction, a tightening. It's tighter and tighter, and it starts biting into the flesh, and it feels thorny like a rose bush, but the thorns are thick and biting, gnawing deep into your flesh, and you can feel blood beginning to trickle down your arms. And you can feel that there's like a vine that has wrapped itself around your arm, and it is cold to the touch.
I had a
you are
feeling.
going to take.
I had a feeling.
You're going to take 7 piercing damage.
Not gonna lie, I was actually trying to avoid doing anything in this fight, so that's why I was choosing a non-lethal option. But
That's fair.
Okay.
cool. 7 damage.
Wait, did you take a look at some point that I forgot about?
Her style specifically did not.
Wait, what?
However,
I actually didn't hear what Syndra said.
So did you take an oath at some point that I forgot about?
Oh. Well, technically I didn't. All I did was just pay respects. And I have been also avoiding not trying to do anything lethal.
I will say this, when Goroth is talking about an oath that you have broken, that is not what he's talking about.
Oh no.
That is a mystery for you all to unravel.
Oh fuck. Okay.
The army is continuing to freak the fuck out. The high priestess is she's fallen to her knees. What few still have their wits about them are gathering their senses, and they are taking up bows in the darkness and doing their best to fire a few shots to help. Let's do 57 piercing damage as they fire on his position. And then Goreth is going to snarl. I'm growing tired of this. And he'll swing at you again, Tilk.
Fair enough. $13.
You hate to see it. It's going to be 30 bludgeoning and slashing damage.
I have to do
You were launched 25 feet.
Gonna have to do the math on that. That might actually kill me. Hang on a second.
It's double whatever your constitution score is in the negatives.
So no.
Oh shit.
By 2.
Cool. Very well. So you go soaring unconscious, Spirit Blade deactivating, the only light left going out. A fucking gif. Okay. At maps.
Yeah.
The Goreth will stamp his foot back down and growl again. I call on the oaths made long ago.
Come to me now, put an end to these traitors.
And he rears back on his haunches in the darkness and lets out a howl. And in the darkness, those of you that have your wits about you can see a shining wolf pelt glowing silver like moonlight, showing the very wolf-like form of Goreth before it fades back into the darkness. And the air grows very cold. Very, very cold to the bone. And you can hear the rustling of trees as if in a forest. And then you see moonlight filling the cave and flecks of snow beginning to descend. And then the stomping of hooves. And in the distance across the cave, beyond where Goreth is, marching towards him and past him, black steeds began to materialize with almost elf-looking figures upon them. But these are not the elves you know. These are horrid things, darkly beautiful and terrifying at once. One passes by you or style and stops before you, and you look up into their face to see myriad black insectoid eyes staring back at you as they smile with shark teeth on display. And one of their pointed ears twitch. Now why'd you go and do that, Kindred?
Ear rolled down Erstyle's eye.
You should know better than to break an oath, Kindred.
And then in a flash, they will drive a twisted, black, and rough iron blade into your chest. And it is cold. So very cold. And the black takes you. As for you, Rhea, you see this mass coming. And there is a dark cackling as you are peppered with arrows. At first, they don't hit you, conveniently landing at your feet. And when the only option seems to be some kind of retreat, then in the knees, the arms, totally disabling you. As these horrid creatures laugh and mock in their strange, near-elven tongue. And soon there is darkness that greets you as well. As for Liana and the last, it is a desperation to flee these things, but there is nowhere to go. These folk surround, and you see nets and bolas and cuffs and chains come out, and many of the others that are scrabbling to run and flee are taken. They are not killed. They're taken away, dragged, screaming in terror. But as for you, well, what do we have here? Never thought to see one of his sort in such a place as this. And here I thought we were all on the same side. Such a shame. I guess we all can't be as smart as our forebears. And then a merciful stroke of a blade. And in darkness you all rest for a while, perhaps knowing some kind of peace, if you can call it that, a stillness. And as for Sveta, in that darkness, there's a light you see. And you know you have to go to it. You start ascending. There is a surety of it. But then you feel yourself stopped. As for the rest of you, Tilk in particular, there's some semi-conscious awareness that there's somewhere you're supposed to be. But upon trying to go there, you find the path is barred. Something preventing you forward. And before you can probe this sensation, you feel something pulling on you, tugging you backwards. Earthstyle, you see a frozen forest before you. Wicked and beautiful indeed. All kinds of things moving in the darkness, and the cheering and the laughing as you hear screams of terror being dragged away. And there is a part of you that is like, finally, we're going home. But your arm burns, and you see that it has been blackened with marks of vines. And before you can investigate further, you two are feeling this sensation of being pulled backwards, being dragged away. And that wood beyond the world is growing further away.
There are tears running down his face.
Liana.
Hmm.
Oh, so naturally, you feel the pull of the shadows encasing you like a cocoon and pulling you down into the darkest places many would like to think forgotten. And you hear the familiar voice, although it's always different to some degree when you hear it, but Cassilian is there. I see now. We think you're smarter than your old man. Is that the case? I told you, girl. But maybe I was mistaken. Not to worry, there are others to carry on in your stead. Oh,
We didn't have any other options.
but
There was no way
what
forward.
is this? This is curious indeed. Perhaps not yet, then. Until next time, sweet child. And you two feel the chain pulling at you, yanking you back upwards. And rare, most curious of places. You can't quite see it. It's like something out of sight. Although you're in it, you're surrounded by it, you know it's there. Clean mountain air. It is instinctual. All you have to do is stretch and leap into it, but yet you can't. Some part of you just won't. And when you think you've worked up the courage to do it, you go to step off of a ledge you cannot see and then are pulled backwards away from it. And you all find yourselves in a darkness, and you can see a silvery chain lashing around all of your ankles, holding you all together in some kind of twisted, conjoined binding. And then you begin to fall, and you are dragged down, 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 beyond hell itself, into a black abyss, and out of thought, and out of memory, beyond the place where you can speak or recall who you even are, why you are even here. The only things that make up your minds now is the black, and an ease of which there is nothing to be concerned about. And we cut to a strange beach. A twilight sky that is neither light nor dark, but a borderline blackish gray, and all is visible in all directions, for it is infinite and featureless. The ground is gray, not quite sand, not quite ash, grays and off-whites, and here and there fragments of bone can be seen. And where the land meets the sea, the waters are deep blue, and mere feet beyond their surface, an infinite black of unknown depths. But that is not all there is to see, for there is somebody on the beach, sitting upon a square stone of some manner of ruin long forgotten. This figure sits there, their skin marble white, hard as stone. They are wrapped in a black silk that wraps around their form and covers their head. But we can see their face, but it is featureless. Some markings of cheekbones and a jawline, but no mouth to speak by, no eyes to see by, no nose to smell by, or ears to hear by. And it sits there, staring out at the ocean. And it sits for a long while, but eventually it rises, tilting its head, rising to its tiptoes. It turns and picks up a stick, and it walks. It crosses the beach to the water and wades in until the black silk touches the waves. And in those still waters, it reaches down, gentle as can be, and takes up a figure, similarly white, but not of the marble type of consistency this creature is. It's almost like a vague outline, like a thought given form, just white and scratchy at the edges. It takes the form from the water and walks it to the shore, careful, cradling it against its chest. And once there, it sets the figure down. The figure sort of just slumps to the side, and they straighten it again, and they retrieve a cloth that was set aside on the stone and begin to dry the figure. And once dry, it sits back down on the stone, peers out at the ocean, back to the much smaller figure. For this figure, despite its height, is only just beneath the waist of the black silken figure. And then looks back out at the sea and just waits. And time passes more, unknown, untellable, until eventually it goes out again and retrieves another. And they too are tended to, cared for, dried off, posed there on the stone. Time passes again, and once more it goes out, and again, and again. And once all have been collected, it stands them up on the soft ground and gestures walking and shows them one foot in front of the other, like so. And they watch and they stare, confused, blank, unsure, minds empty. And so it does it again and again and again, for who knows how long, until finally one takes a step, and then another, and then another. And then before long, they're all walking, and they follow. And this thing leads them to a boat in a river some distance away. And it gently places them all in this boat and begins paddling them down this gentle, still stream through this barren and empty place where there are no stars, there's no life, save the 6. And they go. And down they travel down this river until finally, in the distance, a feature. Something that is not flat and barren. There is some sort of a house. Ancient. Abandoned. Thick in its dusted coat. And before that house, the stream leads to a small pond in which there's an island in the center where a tree grows with 100 or so white blossoms. The boat rows into this pond, past the tree, to the small dock between the tree and the house, and removes these 5 from the boat and sets them down gently, gestures for them to sit and just stay. And he goes out back to the tree and carefully, with some heavy consideration, takes 5 blossoms from the tree. 5 very particular blossoms that to the casual observer would make no sense, but picks 5 specific blossoms nonetheless, and returns back to the shore of the pond, and offers one to one of them. And they just stare blankly with an empty face. And so the figure gestures, taking the blossom to its mouth, if it were to have one, and then offers again, but to no avail, and the process continues, over and over, until finally they take it, and the blank face looks at it for a moment, then goes to bite, and the mouth opens. The mouth that was not there before, but is now there, opens and takes it into their mouth and consumes it. And one by one, they all do. And then faint, fleeting memories, bit by bit, little by little, come drifting back, like dreams once long forgotten. And with the memories and these dreams, eventually so too came thought, and with thought, understanding of self, and the actualization that comes with it, and these 5 figures, unknown and undefinable, return to their proper shape as they remember themselves out of time. And eventually language and thought and sense comes to them. And the 5 of you find yourself in this strange place with strange memories and no sense of how long has passed or where you are or how exactly you came to be here, but here you are at a place that looks like it belongs at the end of the world.
Is the memory of the events in the demiplane still fresh?
Yes.
So to say?
Fresh, not exactly. It feels distant now. Far and away, but also recent. But it feels almost faded, as if by time.
Do we have memory of our time here? Before our enemies reasserted themselves? Okay.
Vaguely. It's like a dream. It's questionable almost as if it's real, but here you are.
I thought I was dead.
Silk just stares into the pond.
Real gas looks around like wildly and
I suppose I still might be.
Yeah. Where are we? I'll look around and up at the other figure.
Looking up this statue of a thing that is leaning on this gnarled walking stick. It's roughly 12 to 13 feet tall. It's massive.
Man.
But in the way it holds itself, it is gentle and thoughtful. And it looks out at the horizon. Well, faces the horizon, as it still does not have eyes.
I'll follow what seems to be its gaze, to at least.
You look out where it's looking, and there is nothing out there. It is all flat and empty and gray and neither light nor dark. And it just looks back at you.
We didn't make it, did we?
It shrugs.
I suppose it was to be expected.
Yeah. I can't suppose the Gorath will be kind to those who survived, the people we didn't bring.
There were some of those people, creatures, whatever, that he summoned. They took some of them away for I don't know what for.
Oh, I think I was out before that.
Where are
I'm not sure.
Oh, actually, with a sudden realization, I'll kind of pat myself down to see if I can find. I don't know if any of our stuff came with us, but I am looking for what Tremok left with me.
Yeah, sorry. You all have everything you died with.
Okay.
Except
Do I?
for major magical artifacts, potions, etc.
Do I have a Harrison?
Yes.
Okay.
Harrison is with you.
He's a minor magical artifact.
He's alive with his own theoretical soul, so like I wasn't sure.
But he is also bound to you and part of you.
True.
Where your soul goes, so does the soul of Harrison. For it is an extension of the self.
She'll just kind of sit down and give him some affection.
You are Harrison. Harrison is you.
Yeah.
Harrison makes a squeak.
Urstyle just rubs at the arm that the vines had actually popped out of.
Yes, you actually see that your arm has been stained black where the vines are.
I find a small pouch on my person and sigh with relief before putting it back.
Urstell's not really paying attention. Urstell's just absentmindedly just rubbing his arm where the vines had come from.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, you are marked by where they were.
That's fair.
Yeah, still an important note.
Yeah, it's just patting herself down to check that she isn't having any like injuries from the arrows, etc. Just making sure everything's okay.
Yes, you seem to be whole and hearty. As hearty as you can be.
Yeah.
Having just died.
Look around and try to figure out exactly what plane we're on based on what I know. I don't know if this has been described, anything I've read or heard, but
you can attempt a knowledge planes, but it will be challenging.
Okay.
Tilk is just into the pond. is just where he's not walking into it. He's just staring. Like he's not
Okay.
he's not attempting to make conversation. He's not attempting to look at anyone else.
The pond waters are black and still, with no indication of life within.
Rhea would assist with that.
Okay.
I think
Flame.
Sveta's kind of absorbed in her own stuff right now.
Yeah,
nice.
so you get +2.
Yeah, so 27 total.
Let's see. Let me pick something quick. Where is it? I have it here. Am I fucking losing? No, there it is. There's very little known, but you encountered the name before. But it's generally unexplored, but it takes a moment for it to come to mind. But there's a chance you find yourself within Nekrath, what is also more conventionally known as the realm of the dead, or purgatory.
Oh.
It is, from what you would understand, a place no one generally ends up. Because, well, as far as anybody can tell, somebody's soul belongs somewhere, generally speaking. To be neither sent to the hells or allowed into heaven or any other of the realms of the gods is to be arguably damned to the nothing that is Nekrath.
Gonna keep that to myself for now.
Just exchange knowing looks.
Yeah,
Oh,
should not talk about that. Back up to the figure though. You did something. You brought ourselves back to us. Thank you. I think. Can you tell us who you are? Or can you tell us anything?
It holds a finger to its chin and then gestures to the house that is a little ways away from the edge of the pond. And it will begin to walk.
looks to the rest of the group and begins to follow, I guess.
I think we should follow.
Yeah.
There's nothing else we can do, I suppose.
Is everybody following?
Tilk will not.
Is still absently just rubbing his arm.
Okay. So you two are seen, but
Yeah, likewise, Sveta's just kind of there.
okay.
Think maybe there's some cell shock going on.
Fair. The marble man will make his way to the house, and as you approach the house, you realize the house is massive. The door is tall enough for him to pass through easily, and similarly has matching large windows and such. And passes inside. And as you approach the house, you can hear faint whispers on the air in a language you would recognize as Celestial. I don't think either of you speak it, though, right?
Nope.
I do not, I don't believe. Let me see.
Okay.
Nope.
So it is meaningless to the two of you at the moment. there are whispers that happen on the air from differing voices, some sounding more aggressive than others. And as you enter the house, you hear more whispers, but they are calmer and quieter. The marble man leads you through what you think could have been a living room, maybe, into what you think might have once been maybe a kitchen of some kind. And it retrieves a very thick and dusty tome from a table that is, well, you can't see over the top of.
Yeah.
And he will sit down on the floor and set the tome down. And he will point to words you can't read on the page. And as you look, the words begin to change, shifting a lot, twisting with ink. And he kind of takes the hand and brushes some of the dust away as the ink is reforming into common.
Uh-huh.
And it reads, "Then we have failed in our endeavor, and above all, mine.
Above all, what?
And above all, mine. For this was done for him and his, and that cannot be allowed. And so I say to you, across what will undoubtedly be great passages of time, that I can only leave a faithful servant behind. Perhaps he will guide you on whatever steps must come next. For our time is near, and I can already hear the horses and the cries of battle coming."
Folk will get up.
Oh, sorry.
Folk will get up and wander into the house.
You see them sitting on the floor with the marble man in this book.
Is it in Celestial for
can-
me, or is it in Common?
Yes, it is. Well, so first thing, approaching the house, you hear whispers on the wind, and they are in Celestial.
Oh.
And you hear, "What do you think is going to happen to us after what he did to his own son? Do you think we'll fare any better?" And then another that responds, "It doesn't matter how we will fare. We have to stand for something." And inside the house, you can hear a woman's voice. "Then he will come, and he will do what he will. I will not stop what I'm going to do, for it's what I want to do." And the man responds, "You know he won't abide by it. He will come, and he will put an end to it. Put an end to you, put an end to me." True. True. But we all have our roles to play, don't we? But it doesn't have to be like this. I think it does. And that is all you pick up as you move through the house.
There was something written in Celestial.
The book was written in Celestial, but it changed to Common. And as
Okay.
you approach, you can see it's in Common. And you can see the passage that they just read.
So are Are you the one this mentions as the one left to guide someone?
It nods.
Is that someone us?
It seems to ponder as it holds a finger to its chin again. And then nods, but slower.
I see. I'll be honest, it is refreshing to have some kind of help after what's happened.
The figure will rise and start looking around the house for something. What do you all want to do in the meantime?
Choke will talk. I'm sorry, everyone.
We did not know. We tried our best.
Yeah, it's not your fault. I mean, it's
It
Gorath
is
and head ears.
directly my fault. I presented you with a situation that good people you are would not let me go into alone because of my beliefs. And now we are in, well, it's not hell, but from being honest, probably a damn sight worse.
Depends on how you look at it.
And
It's
my action,
strange that we are so cognizant.
uh, my actions haven't just damned all of you, probably damned the thousands back at Adax.
I think there is more going. Do we still have memories of that Shane?
Yes.
Yeah, Ponder for one says, I think there is more to it than it's more things going on. Do you remember that Shane that bound us?
I mean, yes, but it just reminds me of the string that Gorath tugged on when we first arrived to him. Said we were bound to each other.
Probably the very same. I don't think what happened to us is exactly normal, though. I don't know about anyone else. I felt myself going to, well, where my grandfather is. He spoke to me a little bit, but then seemed surprised about me being pulled away. Again. It was like something stopped me.
It did feel like we were getting that I was getting like yanked.
Well, either way,
Genuinely, I accept your apology. I know that you're feeling understandably awful about all of this. Genuinely, you're not in a good situation. But we should focus on getting the answers we can.
well,
Yeah.
all of you hear the whispers, right?
I can't understand shit about what they're saying, though.
You all do see Sveta coming into the house.
Raises a hand and like a little wave. as she's sitting next to the book.
Yeah, as is Liana.
Toga's still
Yes,
standing.
Our afterlife reading.
No, just the
Who knows?
beginning of an apology circle. I imagine I'm going to be making continually.
Don't. We all chose this. You gave us an out. We didn't take it.
You're good people. What I presented to you wasn't an out.
It sure
We
was.
always have a
You told us
choice.
we made a choice to follow you. We
I mean,
You're good people too, Tilk.
we don't.
That's why we accepted.
Hmm.
yeah. Besides, a deity had given multiple quite significant signs, and most people would have followed them, though I don't see myself making that mistake again if I can help it.
And I'm sure there's not going to be some weird beast deity's servant.
Yeah,
Yeah, some fairness, Tilk, though. I hope you can forgive if I'm a little shaken of faith going forward.
I'd understand. But, the whispers are in celestial.
What did you say?
It's a conversation between, from what I can tell, two people, a man and a woman.
Nehedo?
Well, no, I was asking Zach.
Yes, inside it sounded like a man and a woman. Outside it was two other voices.
Okay.
Two men, but separate from the one that was inside.
Okay. On the outside, there was two individuals that were speaking, whispering about what he will stand for, and what he did to his own son. Coming in, it was a man and a woman talking, saying he will come, and her responding, it will not stop her. She's going to do what she wants to do. The man responds, saying that he won't abide by that and he'll end them for it. They go back and forth about how that doesn't have to be the way of things, but it's whispers. Would I be able? No, I don't think religion would apply here. Like, I think it'd take too many leaps in logic for me to go, this is the gods talking to each other.
Sveta was questioning that actively.
But I don't think a religion check would be able to confirm that. Not exactly in scripture.
Confirm it now.
Like, I have an idea of who some of the players in this are, but
we don't physically possess the information to even answer that.
Yeah. How's our style doing out there?
He was still out there when I got up. Can't spend my afterlife sitting around, I suppose.
I wonder how long it's been.
Decades, centuries.
Doesn't matter.
The figure comes back. It is holding a piece of parchment that it's brushing the dust off of. Of course, oversized compared to parchment that you're familiar with.
Like a poster.
But on the parchment words form this help. Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
No,
hi.
hello. I'm sorry for being so rude. Thank you for inviting us into your home. I'm certain you already know my name's Feta.
It says
She gives a slight bow.
not mine. Hello, Sveta.
Whose home is it?
And there's a pause, and then it says, my maker.
Do you have a name?
Who's that?
Mm. No name. Just servant.
Do you mind telling us where we are? I'm not afraid I recognize this place.
Is peace broken? Empty.
When it says peace, sorry, I want just a little bit of clarification. Is it PIECE or is it?
Yes, like a broken piece of something.
Okay. That's what I was assuming at first, but I wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Piece, but broken.
Broken piece of Hazarona, I would guess, but I might be wrong.
Yes.
Purgatory?
Question mark.
Based on what I've read, this is the plane of Necrath, where souls without a place to go end up. Though it seemed like, well, at least I can't speak from.
It points at you and nods vigorously.
Oh, yeah. I can't speak for anyone else, though. It did seem like I was going somewhere and then was stopped.
I was climbing up and then I was pulled back down by something.
I was somewhere I couldn't really tell, but everything was blurry. And then I got yanked back. Just as words.
Yeah. Well, what I mean, though, is that the circumstances of us coming here might not have been normal. I mean, honestly, it's not very normal for anyone to come here. You can tell by how crowded it is.
No one comes anymore.
But they used to.
Yes. Mistress wanted them to go somewhere nice.
Is Mistress your maker that you mentioned?
Yes.
Who is that? I wonder if it's anyone we know about.
1 second, because Tilka's going to say a name.
Okay.
Just have to pull it up again.
I believe in you.
One
of these days, I will actually get the living document together, so you all will have it to reference.
I've just been referencing the old server so far.
Yeah.
It's been very.
That can work in a pinch, yes. But I would very much like to have a updated document that is nice and organized and everything.
Cyrus?
He shakes his head. There's a question mark that appears on the paper. And the ink that appears on the paper swirls a couple times until eventually it forms the word Iftar.
Let me reference the server again real quick. I know that's. Oh, I think that's the original god. That's the deity who died and was split into the 3 current goddesses of death, right?
Yes.
Was she goddess of death as well, or something else?
Don't know.
Oh, is that just not known?
Yeah, it's not known. She was a goddess.
Oh.
And she was the lover of the traitor mortal.
Yeah.
Which was not allowed.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so their names were kind of stricken from the record a bit.
Iftar's is remembered, traitor mortal is not.
Yeah, yeah.
He was
Well,
also jealous of the gods, according to the old lore, which
Yeah.
Tilk would know.
I mean, is Yiptar worshipped anymore or like known to exist?
No.
Okay.
Her name is known, but there's no way to worship her anymore. There's no incarnation of her anymore. All that remains of her are the 3 goddesses of hell.
So then this servant has been waiting a very long time indeed.
Yeah.
But it's but you said something about a failure, right? That us coming here was a failure of some kind? A plan?
It
No, I think
cocks its
that's-
head, and a question mark just appears on the parchment.
I think the failure the book mentioned was something else a long time ago.
I would mention, yeah, maybe.
I'm gonna actually lean over to read that again. It sounded like it was written from Iftar's point of view.
Yes, the essence of the message was that they have failed, in that they imagine they will be speaking to the current reader through some passage of time, in that the chance to change things will be up to you, whoever the current reader may be, and that they are leaving a servant behind to wait in case you find your way here.
So then that's Yivtar, that's the writer, presumably.
Which, my assumption then, is the voice I heard talking to the female would be traitor mortal.
You see the parchment flare with text, and it desperately tries to form, and you believe you see a name, but it makes no sense, and you cannot read it.
Those are my
You
favorite.
can recognize it as a name, but it is undecipherable, illegible, meaningless gibberish, but it's a name. But there's no way you could repeat it or speak it.
If you're showing a name, unfortunately, I think it might have been stricken from my soul at this point.
Hetier's favorite
His
way
shoulders
of
slumps a little bit.
dealing with people he doesn't like.
Just pretend they don't exist.
Or erase
I'm
them.
beginning to regret my choice of God a little bit.
Are you familiar with the figures Hetier and Alexandrus?
It nods, and as you all are speaking Earth style, quietly makes his way in.
Yellow scratching at his arm.
Quietly gives a nod to him.
Maria looks over and takes note of the the marked arm and nods to him before returning back to the conversation.
Is Hetier right your mistress is gone?
It nods.
What a coincidence. That year is why we're gone too.
Oh, more directly, Goroth.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
but who
I
put
There's a
Gorath in
question mark.
the first place?
The
Hmm.
first beast?
I know Goreth. He wouldn't hurt mortals.
Unless they are traitors.
well, he
It nods.
certainly did us great harm trying to use us to hurt Het here. So when we lashed out and fought back, he very much hurt us.
He might have changed since you last saw him. He's been imprisoned for a long time.
Goreth, creature of the wood. When an oath sworn, never break.
Did
Oh, we broke an oath somewhere.
I don't know what oath that could be.
I'm not familiar with.
Goreth swore to Zidane.
Zidane. Is that one that we know, or is that new?
That's new. It was mentioned in the fight.
Could I roll
So it was
knowledge
mentioned
for
in the fight, or mentioned in?
It was mentioned in the fight, yes.
Oh,
Goreth did
Actually,
mention
yeah.
it himself.
I do
Mr.
remember
Roth.
the Zidane coming up.
Yorath mentioned oaths he had sworn while we were there, and he did call upon some people. I don't know who. He said something about Nephilim toward the beginning. I was actually going to ask the same thing.
Yeah, can I roll religion on Zidane?
Yeah. It's gonna be tough, but yeah.
I shall assist.
I mean, shall not.
Is it 5 or 6, Brandon? You need to remember one of these fucking days.
I
It's
assist.
5. Do I have access to my surges?
Yes.
Nope, not a D16. Much as I'd enjoy that. 20?
+2.
22?
Put our heads together.
Zidane doesn't ring any bells. You asked it a bunch of questions at once. It's kind of cocking its head a little confused.
Oh, sorry. I guess we should start with who Zidane is.
Place. Many people. I can take.
Let's hold off on that for a second.
You can go to Zidane from here.
It nods.
This is purgatory. That's admittedly a little surprising.
Are the people who live there sort of elven-esque?
He shakes his head.
Maybe they were from somewhere else then.
I think I must have gone out before you encountered those.
The
Uh,
insects.
Yeah. I saw them toward the end. They were the ones that finished me off.
Ah,
Gorath called them in after you were knocked out.
yeah, I was trying to get to Tilk to give him some healing since I saw him take a few hits. guess that was kind of stupid of me.
I think it would have ended the same anyway. But yeah, even from when we first met Gorath in our time, he was just angry at Hetyer, seemingly everything.
He was
based on,
resentful and vindictive.
and I can't say I blame him. From what I understand, at least from what my ancestor Cassilian told me, he was cast out of Ios by Hetyer and imprisoned in a small realm that he now resides in. Possibly a part of another realm? I don't know.
You see a Ahios question mark?
The garden.
The garden. Sorry.
It tilts its head back and then nods.
I guess I wasn't Ios at the time.
That's our words for it.
Yeah, the piece that the gods live in now is Ios. Unless I'm out of character mixing that up. That's not the plane we live on, is it?
Ahios is the mortal realm.
Oh, I'm
It is
sorry.
Salion, that is the realm of the gods.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, cast out of Salion. Not Ios.
You see a Salion question mark?
Oh, it's this isn't the only piece of Hezarona. At least based on the stories we have, it was broken into several that now comprise different planes. The gods live on one, and mortals were relegated to, or the gods live on one called Salion, while mortals were relegated to Ahios. In particular, Gorath, wherever he was cast to, did have at least a small connection to Ahios, through which we encountered him. A lot of our people were infected with a plague of lycanthropy that caused them to kill each other and everyone they encountered. And he told us that it was his plague. He seemed to have a measure of control over those who had it, at least when they changed during the full moon. If they lived the way he wanted them to live, they had a measure of, not really awareness, but they didn't kill each other, at least, only others who didn't follow him.
He nods. Learned from one from before. Probably to save mortals from Hetyer.
How so?
Is complicated. Mistress wanted to make good place for them when they die.
Yeah.
Hetyer no want.
You know what? That sounds about right.
The first beast, if Tar could not make her paradise for them, then he would at least deny Hetyer.
It did seem that those infected with the curse were bound to Gorath in a way that they essentially empowered him as if they were followers, and then when they died, they were consumed by him as well. So I suppose that makes sense, and if a bit of a horrifying way.
Where does Nalzandra stand on all of this? Did she agree with Hetyer? Or did she agree with Ephraim?
His shoulders sag a little bit. Still in garden, I imagine.
What about everyone else?
I don't know. I have been here, waiting.
Well, I more meant, did Nalzandris agree with... Did Nalzandris take Hetyer's side in denying these individuals a place after?
Is complicated.
Well, if nothing else, we do have time,
I
I think.
don't know how to explain. She was not here at the battle, if that's what you're asking.
Not
Between-
necessarily, but it is informative.
Well, between Hetyer and Iftar's and unreadable names forces.
Unreadable name is like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is
you
that
can at
the
least
trait
contact
mortal?
Scully that one.
Big battle. Many fell.
That was here in this piece?
No peace. Back when Green
Before
before
the...
they're gonna
Before it
take
was
apart.
shattered.
Yeah.
nods. But then broke, and everyone with Mistress, well, look outside. You will see where they are now.
I see.
So perhaps Nalzandris just chose the winning side.
Hmm.
It shrugs.
What actually caused Hezarona to break anyway?
Don't know. The battle came. The dead were scattered. And then it was quiet and still.
Mm-mm.
And then you came. I waited.
Did a great
See.
job at that, based on how long you've waited.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
I
Hope
take
we didn't
pride
keep
in my
you-
work.
You
I
should.
hope we didn't keep you waiting too long.
Kept you waiting.
oh god.
How long were you waiting?
Shrugs.
Not really a day-night cycle here, I imagine. Probably hard to track that.
No, he seems to be a instrument of the divine. I figured it was worth a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Asking.
Tilk is shaking.
Are you doing all right?
No.
Fair. Do you want to talk about it?
I have many questions, but my questions may not be as pressing as what needs to be done. How do we save, or beyond that, one step at a time, how do we save our people? of Aparo.
I don't know what that is.
How do we save mortals from Terminus?
Oh. ... Mm-hmm.
Can we save mortals from Terminus?
Maybe. You are here now. If what Mistress believed in is true, yes.
Who are we in all of this? Why are we here?
I was told 5 would come, and so by 5 to wait. Beyond that, I don't know. I just do my job as a faithful servant of my mistress.
I guess we're just prophesied sons and daughters. Somehow.
Joy.
Listen, I'm not any more thrilled about it than you.
The parchment swirls with ink again. But what I do know is, since you are here, that must mean it has begun.
What has?
Terminus.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, if what we experienced already wasn't a sign of it, I don't know what would be. We were driven from our land, our entire continent, by an absolutely endless tide of undead, led by a Lich Lord who destroyed the most powerful wizard of our time and the previous, as far as anyone knows, much like someone would swat a fly.
So, insert name here continues.
Well, I had a theory. They haven't exactly been friendly to the rest of us, to say the least.
Oh.
If that's them. The so-called traitor mortal. Like I said, endless tide of undead killed everyone on the entire continent.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Is that something they would have done before?
He shakes his head.
Fair event.
It looks to you. Well, looks in your direction.
Gorteth mentioned a cycle broken. What is the cycle?
I don't know many details, but Mistress said everything that begins must end. At least, so said the one that came before. And a promise was given. A promise Hetyer doesn't like.
That he would die.
Nods.
To the Red Raven.
Nods again.
Hey guys, I hate to say it, but I am I'm becoming less upset with Goreth.
I
Don't get
never
me
was.
wrong, not happy with what he did, but
Well, like I said while we were there, I hated what happened to him, but we couldn't abide being enslaved.
uh,
At least that's how it came off.
He wishes to continue the
But-
cycle.
but if he's aligned with all this, then he may be far more benevolent than we give him credit for.
He was aligned maybe once long ago.
He doesn't
think
go
he's-
back on his word. He may be
Valid.
upset, but I don't know that he's not aligned.
We taking
This
both
has
things at face value.
become much more complicated than I may have liked.
I mean, yeah. Our options were, as you said earlier, what if Hetyer lied?
Mm.
So we have a liar and a schemer, or a mad, and I mean that in the psychotic way, slaver and controller. Where did we win?
Yeah, we didn't exactly have great options. It could also be that Hetyer was just desperate and threw what he had at the wall, but I don't know. Either way, I think liar and schemer still kind of fit. No offense.
Yeah.
No
it's-
offense to those who follow him.
like I said, I mean, I was, but I'm beginning to really rethink that.
Servant,
Oh, sorry.
It looks up.
what is your memory based off your mistresses, or do you have your own?
My own.
What interactions did you ever have with Hetyer, if any?
None. I saw him once.
And it was terrifying. Based on what your mistress talked about with Redacted, what was your impression of him?
The impression of Hetyer?
Yes.
I don't really serve that function, but I remember seeing him behind his battle line and watching as those that allied with him and the angels in his service slaughtered the Nephilim and the gods that sided with my mistress.
Uh, who were the Nephilim? Is that just what mortals were called at the time?
He nods. They were the first to know age.
Were they different from how we are now, or was the name
He
just
nods.
different? Huh.
They were taller.
That's
I'm
God
sorry, I
bless you.
shouldn't laugh, but
He nods.
So once Gorath brands us as traitors to mortals, I assume there's no going back. We are just fucked.
He shrugs.
Fair enough.
Is there any way to perhaps return Gorath either to sanity or to reestablish an equilibrium?
I
It
don't
sounds
know.
like he has had a long time of isolation, and that has driven him somewhat mad.
Goreth, even from what I remember, was quick to anger, but was always loyal and never went against his oaths. It is not his way.
It sounded like we were considered Oathbreakers in some way, or, well, I don't know if all of us were.
He called us traitor
don't know.
mortals.
Earth style.
Oh,
We were called Oathbreakers.
He shakes his
Or at
head
the very
at
least.
you.
Oh, yes. I was called an Oathbreaker.
oh.
I guess that precludes us.
Did you make it?
This one has the look of the folk.
The folk from Zydan?
Shakes his head. The wood.
Ah,
Woodfolk.
you inherited an oath.
Nods. They take oaths very serious.
Yeah.
Like one is to be marked.
Didn't realize it. Didn't know about it. Slowly turns his head over towards Tilk. But god damn it, I broke one.
I didn't know you could inherit an oath.
I didn't either.
I guess we're
He
learning a lot of
shrugs.
things, huh?
I don't know much about the folk. They are strange.
Neither do I, so I got a lot to learn.
Well, what happens now? We're at least back to full consciousness and awareness. You said you can take us to another place.
Zydan.
Is that the only place you can take us, or to anywhere?
It is a place. There are not many others. There might be a way out somewhere. I have not looked. But maybe a place in Zydan? Question mark?
Well, that's as good a place as any. Do you think we should go there? Is it
Well,
what awaits us there anyway?
Orth swore an oath to Zydan.
Yeah.
Nods.
So, if he has us branded in some way as kill on sight to the people of Zydan, that complicates matters.
Well, it's just there still, and we might be able to hide that mark. Unless it's
Goreth's oath to Zydan was to protect it. He was the guardian. And to protect the Nephilim therein.
I'm beginning to think that I may see a way out if we still wish, or if we wish, I guess, at all, to spare Gorath.
yeah.
and
Were the ones oh, sorry.
avoid slavery.
Were the ones who he summoned extra tall, like the servant?
They were bigger, but not quite that big.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
they
So,
were probably around like 7-8 feet, maybe.
okay. I wasn't sure if like they were
Uh,
or if there's someone else.
Question for Zach. Since we were those who were cursed, could we tell that there was something different while we were like just normally?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Could we tell that we had been afflicted by something just normally, like day to day?
Oh, with the lycanthropy?
Yeah.
No. It wasn't immediately obvious in your day to day. It was only obvious during the full moons.
Uh,
Are we still cursed?
do you, servant, by chance have any silver?
It shakes its head.
Rhea goes to fish through her pockets to see if she has any silver on her. She has
Mm,
silver
I've
coin.
got some coins.
If you had any money when you died, you have what you had.
She takes up a silver coin and does she feel the heebies?
Not particularly.
Did that happen when you weren't transformed?
Yeah.
Silver was uncomfortable to be around.
And when Rhea put some blood on it, it sizzled.
I'm gonna test that again.
Hmm.
I think there's
drips
a
on it.
thing if you need an attack made with it against you.
Blood drips on it, and it just sits there.
Neat.
Well, there's that solved, maybe.
Hey, we solved it for 2 people out of 6,000. Progress.
Asterisks involved.
Yeah, all you have to do is
Die.
die and then also get fished out of the.
Then don't.
Yeah. Die and then just stop being dead, clearly.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that if we do go back that our soul catches up to us. Because remember, the affliction taints the soul.
Mm-hmm.
This could be our purest form our soul can be, and once we return back, maybe it catches up to us. I don't know. I'm currently contemplating a lot.
Can we even come back to life?
That is true. I am
Here.
assuming. No, that's not wrong.
But here alive? I thought this here was also dead.
It shrugs.
Where? Oh, go ahead.
You did something that caused us to regain ourselves, though. I don't think that's the normal state of things here. So,
I don't know. Those were my instructions.
Yeah.
If you were blank, find the right buds and give them to you to eat.
yeah. Well, that's what I mean, though. If that required you to actively do that, then that isn't a normal feature of how this realm functions as a destination for souls, if souls ever come here. So,
Yes. Souls that come here, well, look outside.
yeah. I actually will look out the window. Are there even any visible souls, or is it just nothingness?
It's just this sandy, ashen dust as far as you can see.
Some tumbleweeds.
Not even
So,
tumbleweeds. It's just empty.
so if we were dead and everything had gone the way it would normally have gone, we wouldn't be in this state. So,
No.
yeah. Like Saren said, I think we're here. I think that means we're alive. We're just not where we came from.
So, and I apologize for harping on this. Just a quick recap. Headyear doesn't want the cycle to continue, wants to continue living. Quote unquote living. Goes through any measures to do so to make that happen. Including lying to his worshippers and or sending them off to what was more than likely going to be their death, which is what we assumed at first, but then I let myself get tricked by a magic sword and a miracle.
That's a pretty nice sword.
And it was a pretty convincing miracle.
Mm-hmm.
In
Yeah.
fairness, you, it is a miracle from someone you are prone to believe. So
Indeed. Meanwhile, Gorath and Ifrid understands that the cycle must always happen and must always continue. Am I missing anything?
we can break the cycle.
Break the cycle. We're just doing headgear again.
I mean, we're
But-
not, and that we're not gods. We're mortals.
Not
And doing it
necessarily.
without being terrible to people in the process would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because Ifrid and Gorath were on the same page. However,
Iftar?
Iftar, do I keep seeing Ifrin? Where is Ifrin coming from?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Iftar.
Yeah. Iftar.
It is. But Iftar believed that the cycle can be broken and left the servant here as a way to help break the cycle.
Us. Yeah, because as a way to help us, being the five, for whom it's possible.
That's a different set of questions that I don't know if the servant will be able to answer. We can ask that in a moment. But that doesn't... It makes things odd. So breaking the cycle is a non-binary option. It could do
Wait,
good, it could do bad.
Did Iftar want us to break it or continue it?
Look to the servant.
Stop Headyear.
So stop Headyear from doing what he's doing. And what happens to the cycle is irrelevant.
It shrugs. You would have to ask the one that came before.
The only name we have for them is the Red Raven, if that's who I'm thinking of.
It nods.
Otherwise known as the Forgotten One, just like everyone else who here has problems with.
To be fair, I think it was here first. Just maybe never obliged to give him a name.
Oh yeah, I mean Gorath introduced himself the same way, although it didn't seem to be as metaphysically forgotten.
True.
What exactly is Headyear doing, other than keeping the cycle in check? Possibly fracturing Hezarona in order to do so. I'm not sure about that yet, but that's my running theory.
I don't know everything, but from what Mistress has said, controlling mortal souls, stopping the cycle from continuing, scheming, being a, and then you see like quotes, all around bastard.
I always thought dickhead, but fair.
Control mortal souls, stop the cycle, and what else? Being all around bastard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Missing
The
anything?
bastard being in quotes, or all around bastard being in quotes.
This is according to Iftar.
Hey, I think Iftar said that before. Well, in that case, I suppose Zivtar and anyone who sided with her might be probably, and maybe Gorath. Still, sure. Haven't decided on that one, but might be exceptions to my newfound gods are parasites opinion.
Agreed. If we get back, I'd like to try another whack at talking to Gorath. I think we have a lot to apologize for.
Oh, I'm glad you said talking instead of attacking him, because that did not go well.
No. I've got to go be diplomat. If there's a place to diplomacy for anymore.
We don't even know where.
Yeah, well, we know more now. than we did before.
We should deal with our situation first.
Yeah.
How's the church going to take it?
I don't care at the moment.
Well, one step at a time, right?
Yeah.
So your mistress had no opinions on Nalzandris? Everything was Hetyear focused?
She always looked sad when talking about her.
Does Hetyear hold her hostage?
It shrugs.
Oh,
It's not a
it definitely fit in that all-around bastard category.
Well, that's
Servant.
It nods. It looks stir stuff.
What? When Iftar spoke about Nalzandris, what made her sad?
It shrugs. Didn't really talk about her much. She said once she could be an ally, but that never happened.
Was Iftar fond of Nalzandris?
I don't know. But now Xandros, from what some of the others said, was kindly.
That would make sense.
What would also make sense, in its own twisted way, Hetyear is the god of magic, she's the god of anti-magic. Perhaps it wasn't just so they have a parallel.
It was a way of ensuring that someone couldn't hurt him.
Or perhaps her own small way of fighting back. Well, I'm going to go scream and have an existential crisis outside. All of you can continue asking your questions.
First time.
Well, I think it's a great spot to call it there. Give all of y'all and the listeners things to ponder and things to wonder.
Under the bun.
We can have more questions and perhaps see the forgotten city of Zidane.
Yeah.
Next.
It's going to be revealed that everything of this is Harrison's machinations.
I was waiting for you to say
Like it.
Zinch. I was waiting for you to say
I like
Zinch. I was about to fucking lose it.
Who's conditions?
It's Zinch's
I believe it's time to call there.
No, I
Yep.
didn't hear what Fisk said.
Oh, it's Harrison's machinations.
Oh.
But thank you everybody for listening. We'll hope to have you on the next episode. Goodbye.
Yeah.